Welcome to YouTube, the home of retardation. uh, Figured I'd start off with a few videos here. So that this is
Voice of America وفا مستقیم. You always start your remarks with respect to the divine prophets, and that's very respectable, and I thank you. One of the divine prophets who has the largest minority of followers, religious minority followers after the Sunnis in Iran is after the
UN will go out of its way to help certain religions and not others, and that there's reason behind that.
You always start your remarks with the divine prophets, and that's very respectable, and I thank you. One of the divine prophets who has the largest minority of followers, religious minority followers after the Sunnis in Iran is after the Muslims are the Baha'is. We receive letters to the United Nations that from the government that they should be followed, persecuted, and their social progress should be prevented. Students too, Baha'i students too. As the president, can you tell us, given the prerogatives given to you by the Constitution to oversee the judiciary and the powers within the country, how would you see through this issue, follow through, and to make sure that the same justice that you talk about will also apply to these people? When we talk about divine religions, the Jewish groups, their prophet was the Holy Moses, and the Christians, Christ, and the Muslims, the prophet of Islam. Can you tell me who the divine prophet of the religion you mentioned appeared and was revealed to when exactly? Did he have a name? Good luck. Thank you.
Inshallah بیاید ایران همتون رو میدونم.
So I thought it was interesting because the UN likes to always parade around Baha'ism. Let's see. Okay, well, here's an ad from our sponsor.
Here, Miller Lite.
Oh, well. It's definitely not our sponsor.
Discover the new personal improvement handbook you
How
can
could
use
you
every day.
improve?
Self-analysis by best-selling author L.
You
Ron
could go to
Hubbard.
Scientology.
Now, so where paperbacks are sold. Buy it. Use it. Because if you're not moving up, you're falling behind.
Yeah, I don't know why that's so quiet. That's amusing. Okay, so let's delve into the so I guess the Communist Control Act was created by Senator John Marshall Butler from Maryland. He introduced it in House, what was that? Senate Resolution 3706. Wait, no, that's not the right number. And it was signed into law by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, October 24th, 1954. Damn it, I meant to grab an Eisenhower speech. So what's interesting about it is that the findings of the fact under Section 2 of 50 United States Code 841, Congress declared the Communist Party of the United States, although purportedly a political party, is in fact an instrumentality of a conspiracy to overthrow the United States. It describes the party as an authoritarian. It describes the Communist Party as an authoritarian dictatorship within a republic that demands rights for itself while denying liberties for others. Controlled by foreign leaders of world communist movement, with policies secretly prescribed and members having no role in setting goals or voicing dissent. Organized for indoctrination and strict discipline to carry out hierarchical orders. unwilling to accept constitutional or statutory limits on its conduct, dedicated to bringing down the U.S. constitutional government by any available means, including resort to force and violence. Keep in mind, this is about the communists and the Communist Control Act. Communists wanted to destroy our constitution. Blah, blah. They concluded that the Communist Party should be outlawed. 50 U.S.C. 842, Section 3. Prescription of the Communist Party of the United States or any successors under any name whose object is to overthrow the U.S. government or any state by force or violence are not entitled to any rights, privileges, immunities attendant upon legal bodies created under the jurisdictional laws of the United States or any political subdivision thereof. Any previously granted rights were terminated, not to be construed as an amending of the Internal Security Act of 1950. What's going on? Let's see. Anyone who knowingly and willfully becomes or remains a member to the communists, it's one of its purposes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Evidence of membership or participation. Listed as a member in an organization's records or documents, made financial contributions, subjected themselves to the organization's discipline, executed its orders, plans, or directives, acted as an agent, courier, messenger, correspondent, organizer, or any other capacity on the behalf, conferred with officers or members of communists, was accepted as an officer or member of someone who is to be called for its services, communicated its orders or plans in any form, prepared publications on behalf of its objectives, distributed any material or propaganda, advised or counseled others on behalf of its objectives, indicated willingness to carry out plans or purposes of communists, participated in its activities, planning, actions, objectives, and purposes in any other way. Blah, blah. So the act amended the Subversive Activities Control Act of 1952, quote, well, I don't even quote it, create a new category of communist infiltrated organizations. Organizations, blah, blah, prohibit members of communist organizations from holding office or employment with labor organizations, establish procedures for the Subversive Activities Control Board to determine whether organizations were communist infiltrated, with provisions or for petitions, hearings, or potential reorganization by unions and blah blah. Okay, so interesting. The Communist Control Act. Let's see here.
University is one communist too many.
Okay, here we go.
One communist on the faculty of one university is one communist too many. One communist among the American advisors at Yalta was one communist too many. And even if there were only one communist in the State Department, even if there were only one communist in the State Department, that would still be one communist too many.
Get him. Okay. What was this one? Oh wait, that's not the one I was looking for. Well, I guess it's relevant because the communists are all Masons.
As a past Grand Master of the great state of Missouri, I'm very much interested in the Masonic Service Association. In the last war, we had 49 Grand Lodges trying to do the work of one. In unity is strength. This time, when our boys come marching home victorious, none will look askance and say, "Where was Freemasonry in this hour of need?" Approximately 10% of the boys in the service are Freemasons. Another 15% are close kin of Freemasons. Through the association, Freemasonry is meeting the challenge of their great need. At this very moment, in foxholes and on shipboard, beneath the sea and in the air, countless hands are being clasped in fraternal recognition as brothers find one another in the darkness as well as in the daylight. And countless fathers, bravely wishing Godspeed to their departing sons, are saying, "Boy, when your hour of darkness and loneliness comes, find a Freemason and tell him you're the son of a Freemason, and you'll find a friend." And through our great association, the flower of Freemasonry is being made to bloom in the rocky soil of war's desolation. And the fruits of Freemasonry are being shared by every boy and girl who wears the uniform. There's nothing for sale in Masonic service centers. Neither mineral nor metal is the price of Freemasonry service to our boys. And yet, our centers are supported without fanfare or public appeal, because in our heart glows the great light of charity, unostentatious but sincere. Each of us giving generously because we have seen the light and heard the cry of the widow's son.
Heard the cry of the widow's son. Oh yeah. So that reminds me of another video.
Desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists. It is a fact. It is a desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists around us today. Satanic ceremonies will be happening in Britain tonight. Very definitely.
I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Do you regard black magic as being purely fictitious, or is there some truth in it?
Some truth. 100% truth. There is nothing fictitious about black magic, in any way whatever. It is a fact. It is a fact which has existed for several thousand years. I mean, when we talk about black magic, we are talking about Satanism, necromancy, alchemy, witchcraft, the worship of Satan, the worship of dark forces, whether it's voodoo, juju, whether it's something practiced in the Western world or the Eastern world, whether it's easily defined or not easily defined, the order of the left-hand path, the following of this, the following of that. It is basically the worship of the force of evil as embodied by Satan, Lucifer, the princes of darkness and their legions and so on. In a very simple sense, of course, it goes much more deeply than that. It is a fact. It is a desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists around us today. Satanic ceremonies will be happening in Britain tonight. Very definitely. Ask any priest, ask any member of the forces of law and order, and they will tell you that Satanism as such, it's there, and it has been for thousands of years. Man has worshipped the devil longer than he has worshipped perhaps an established religious figure.
Do you think you're in any danger in mimicking it in front of a camera?
No, that's an interesting question, because I must admit that it did enter our minds when we were performing some of these ceremonies. You see, I am playing, as I told you, a priest. The various ceremonies that are carried out by the priest, in this case myself, and the members of his group or coven, are blasphemous ceremonies, totally blasphemous and totally profane. They have to be, that is to say, they must be profane and blasphemous to be effective. This is part of the ritual and part of the belief of these people, that in order to make any kind of ceremony totally effective, it must be the exact diametrical opposite of the real ceremony. That is to say, if you make the sign of the cross, you do it like that, upside down. If you are going to carry out a satanic ceremony, whether it's a baptism or a particular group of people doing something like trying to raise an elemental or trying to create the perfect situation for an evil spirit or trying to produce evil vibrations and so on, they plug in, so to speak, the force of evil like plugging in on a switchboard with a telephone. In order for this to be effective, it must be carried out, as I've already said, by a consecrated person, i.e. a priest, and it must also be carried out on consecrated ground. Now, in this film, I, as a priest, am carrying out these ceremonies like baptism in the name of the Dark Lord in a real church. Now, obviously, I'm an actor. At least I hope people think I am. And I am therefore an actor playing a part. So are the other people in front of the camera who are taking part in the ceremony with me. We are all acting. I asked the parents of the baby, the real baby, that I baptized in this real church in a blasphemous way, if they objected, if it worried them, this 5-week-old baby. And the parents, who are very young, said, no, it doesn't worry us. We are Catholics. Our child will be baptized by a Catholic priest. We will tell him about this, but it doesn't worry us. And the father gave the most sensible reason for this. He said, it's only a film. And if you can think of it in that way, fine. I have a rather vivid imagination, and some of the people who were working with me in this sequence were also discussing this. And we felt a little uneasy. You know, you are saying terrible things, and you are saying it on consecrated ground. But then the other side of it takes over, the logical side, and says, look, we're only actors doing this, you know. We're not doing it for real. We were sort of looking at the roof to see if there was any sign of it falling in on top of us, but nothing happened. I think we were far more worried about dropping the baby, to be quite honest. While we're on that subject, it might be interesting to say, amusing to mention, that the baby certainly got its own back on me. When it came to the actual baptism of the child, I have already told you that the parents didn't object, because I was making the sign of the cross on the child's forehead in supposedly blood, upside down, and baptizing the child into the service of the Dark Lord. And the child, obviously, was getting a bit bored and a bit cold and didn't like being taken away from his parents and held in my arms and then held in somebody else's arms. And it was making a lot of noise. And I started to speak very quietly, and there was complete and total silence, which impressed everybody. And I myself thought, well, you know, it's listening. It was staring at me, rigid concentration. And I suddenly realized why there was this total silence and this rigid concentration. The child was retaliating in the way in which it knew best, all over me, and all over the lady who was holding the child. Well, all I can say is it speaks volumes for our self-control that none of us broke out, because, of course, it was extremely funny.
Why has there been a resurgence of interest in the subject?
I honestly don't know. I've been asked this question all over the world. I've talked to people who are serious professional students of the occult. I talked to a man who wrote a whole book about the occult in America called The Occult Explosion. I think it's a form of escapism. It's the fact that in this day and age we do live in a somewhat disagreeable world in many respects that I don't have to even talk about. Everybody knows this is a fact. And people are constantly seeking for a way out, whether it's to gratify their own desires or whether it's to find a way out of their own loneliness, or whether it is looking for power or physical indulgence or whatever you like to call it. I think it's always this question of people looking for a road out, an exit, an escape, some form of safety valve which will help them to blow off steam. They don't realize how dangerous it is to get involved in this respect, because inevitably they start at a lower level and then they get absolutely under the control of the bosses, because the bosses exist. They have the same ranks in the Church of Evil as they have in the good church. They do. They have ranks in the hierarchy of the priesthood, just as you have bishops and deacons and archbishops and cardinals and so on. You have various ranks and grades, like Magister Templi, the master of the temple, Ipsissimus, the sort of #1 top man. And this is not just occult writing for the sake of writing. This is a fact, and people really believe in this. As a matter of fact, there is a church in Los Angeles called the Church of Satan, which is run by a man called Anton Sandor LaVey, who has written 2 books I'm not sure that he intended to be taken too seriously, otherwise, obviously, if it was true and complete Satanism, it wouldn't be permitted. But he sent me a copy of 2 of his books because he'd seen a picture I'd done with Sammy Davis Jr. in which I'd played the devil, a very sort of modern, up-to-date devil, Lucifer. The thing was called Poor Devil. The film was called Poor Devil. It was very amusing. It was a comedy. And he sent me a copy of one of these books, which was headed Regi Satanas, which means Satan is king, more or less. And he wrote underneath, to Christopher Lee, a fine actor and a perfect devil, and on Sandor the Bay. Well, I took that as a compliment. I don't think that's intended to be taken too seriously. That is all out in the open. But the real thing is something which I wouldn't be prepared to discuss. I have never attended a ceremony of this kind. I would not even begin to discuss what actually takes place during a Black Mass, because it is so appallingly blasphemous and so repulsive and so unbelievably foul. Not just a question of hundreds of years of ritual, but what actually happens, what people actually do, and what is done to the host, and what is done to the cup, and so on. Something I wouldn't be prepared to discuss in public. Enough people have written about it. Joris Karl Huysmans wrote about it. Dennis Wheatley has too, of course.
How did you come to play the part of Scaramanga in the James Bond film The Man with the Golden Gun?
Can I, just before we get into that, just make a point that, by the way, that what I've been discussing and what I've been telling you about all these terrible things, it does not come from inside knowledge by any manner of means. I don't, as I said, have a private line of any kind which feeds me this sort of information. I know no more about it than anybody else who can read about it in the book.
I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly haven't been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Not only lose your mind, but you'll lose your soul.
If you are a skeptic in matters of astrology, you will probably ask for concrete proof that astrological predictions have actually been made. These old books are the proof of such predictions. In the first place, we have dear old Mother Shipton. She was not very handsome, but one of the greatest seeresses of all times. Living in 1450 A.D., she actually predicted the discovery of America, the discovery of gold in California, the invention of airplanes and submarines, the inventions of automobiles. She even went so far as to say that the time would come in the distant future when women would cut their hair and wear trousers. In this chart, the first sign of the zodiac is Aries, extending from March 20th to April 20th. Those born under this sign are strong, courageous, optimistic people with positive, pioneering spirits and fitted for leadership. The second sign of the zodiac, Taurus, rules from April 20th to May 20th and bestows upon those born under it a courageous but rather stubborn disposition, but also a great love for the fine arts, culture, and the beautiful things of life. The third sign of the zodiac, Gemini, rules those born between the 20th of May and the 20th of June. It
The
bestows
zodiac is a
love
religion.
of change and travel, and some
Cannot be
tendency to
proven.
nervousness. Those born under the sign of Cancer, the crab, ruling from June 20th to July 20th,
The mark of the beast.
are born with strong family attachments, considerable vanity, and a sensitive, high-strung temperament. It is interesting to note that the United States of America came into existence under the sign of Cancer, the crab. Now, the fifth sign of the zodiac, Leo, ruling from July 20th to August 20th, is the most loyal and conscientious of the zodiacal signs. It bestows upon those born under it love of leadership, loyalty to friends, high personal principles, and success in those departments of life in which they have authority over others. The sixth sign of the zodiac, Virgo, rules those who are born between the 20th of August and the 20th of September. These people stand in their own way, and if they overcome a tendency to an inferiority complex, can go far in this world. Those born between the 20th of September and the 20th of October are born under the sign of Libra. This is an emotional, artistic sign, a little given to extravagance and somewhat egotistic. These people must develop a practical, everyday, working philosophy of life. The eighth sign of the zodiac, Scorpio, rules those people who are born between the 20th of October and the 20th of November. They are a hard-working, conscientious group of people, but they are often misunderstood because they lack diplomacy. The ninth sign of the zodiac, Sagittarius, rules those people who are born between the 20th of November and the 20th of December. This is an optimistic sign, bestowing a genial disposition, a tendency to extravagance and overindulgence, but a general optimism on all the problems of life. The 10th sign of the zodiac, Capricorn, governs those who are born between December 20th and January 20th. This sign bestows a grave and taciturn disposition with a considerable tendency towards self-pity. And in order to be happy, the Capricorn person must cultivate a genuine friendliness of nature. The 11th sign of the zodiac is Aquarius, governing those people who are born between the 20th of January and the 20th of February. People born under it are rather inconsistent in their ideas, but they contribute definitely to progress. They are humanitarian, progressive, generous, and sympathetic in their natures and lives. Now, the 12th sign of the zodiac, Pisces, governs from the 20th of February to the 20th of March. Those who are born under it do most of their thinking sitting down because their feet hurt. But in the end, much of the world's greatest progress is accomplished by Piscean people who are mystic, creative, and idealistic in their natures. The story that follows is an example of one of the practical applications of astrology. A crime has been committed. Astrology can solve crime. It has solved many crimes in the past. Astrology is the strangest of the sciences, but it is a science.
Yeah, so there's a reason why they want to teach you astrology. Very big reason. Because it is a religion. It is a religion. Astrology. The mark of the beast. The mark of the zodiac. So, let's throw some more stuff on here. See what Mr. Stanley Peel's last words were.
I have a right to speak up.
Jesus Christ, it's quiet.
That the coming years are going to be of the greatest importance to the Masonic order. By some mysterious circumstance, which is a little, no one has noticed as far as I can tell, the 21st century has a strange reminiscence to the 21st year of a person's life. This is the year of the coming of age. It is at that time that theoretically the person adult is an adult. So on the 21st birthday of a nation, something very important must be considered. It must be the time in which that nation comes into its maturity, comes into its responsibilities and its opportunities, and comes to take on the charms and the labors that are important to it. And we find in the records of the early Masonic work in this country references to the things that were accomplished under certain conditions. In the next few years, therefore, we are very likely to realize that we are at an impasse. The situation is serious. The stumbling and grumbling processes that we use will not prevail. Every day we come into worse conditions. Every day the water is worse. The earth is more polluted. The air is more tainted. The more difficulty, the destruction of natural resources, the continuance of war, the development of destructive weaponry. All these things go on. Now, if they go on long enough, something is going to happen. Something is going to remind us that man does not have the right to destroy that which he did not create. He has not the right to take a beautiful world with all its privileges and opportunities and turn it into a purgatory. Every day we read the paper, there is more selfishness, more cupidity. And in a few years now, we're going to come to this period of a new generation. Now, there are a lot of people who are hoping a lot for this new generation. They're hoping that we're going to make a major step forward. Well, I think we will, and I think we will succeed. But I think it is very important that this situation should remind Freemasons that they have something to live for. They are not in something that was just an accident or an incident or for which they're paying dues. They have taken the obligations of being there when necessity arises. In the long, peaceful years, they can enjoy their own way of life. But when emergency arises, it is the duty of those who are dedicated to the common good to stand firm and do that which is necessary. It is time for them to begin to work with this problem. Almost all of the secret societies of the past have been dedicated to clean up jobs. They've all come like the Knights Templars to take care of the corruptions of various beliefs and doctrines. They came to take the place of political corruption that was beyond hope. Every day, in every way, the brothers were at work, sometimes secretly but always continuously. And in the next period of time, it seems to me we have Masonry is coming of age. Whether we realize it or not, it has been with us in one way or another for over 4,000 years. It has led us through many desperate emergencies. It has given us the strength to do great things. It has given us Washington and Franklin and Jefferson. It has given us all kinds of disciplined support. It has given us great ideals and great hopes and great visions. And now comes the time when these have got to be put into action. There is no reason why there should not be a powerful reuniting of the light of Masonry in the hearts of every Freemason. We're not asking for treason. We're not asking for disobedience. We're asking for dedication. We're asking the nation to get down and do what is necessary and possible for him to do. To do things for his own family, do things for his community, take a new interest in his children, to become more and more aware of the need for the regeneration of his literature and his art, to no longer support with a kind of a negative complacency things that he knows in his heart are not right. We don't ask him to do anything violent, but we think it would be very good for him to stop doing those things.
That's not a very good last speech. You could see that he was talking about reuniting the Masons to a powerful force once again. See, there's well, these cults and stuff, Satanists, etc. Remember how that British actor said you'd lose your mind if you went to the dark forces?
Language a couple thousand years ago, disciples. Classroom, or in old language a couple thousand years ago, disciples. Those who are trying to prepare themselves for entry into the evolutionary level above human, synonymous with the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven.
He's a wacko.
We're going to talk to you about the most urgent thing that is on our mind, and what we suspect is the most urgent thing on the minds of chance to up to you, what a civilization that
okay. Speaking of,
there's no radio.
So I mean, there's a lot of wackos.
There's no electric lights.
Here's a wacko.
The girls carry water. They don't wear makeup. They have their babies by themselves. They go in the shack and look after suffering. Will you do it to me? I hear you do it. More or less religiously significant. Really somebody. I said, oh, I am? Oh, I just got out of jail. This is more trouble than what I just got out of. Because something didn't work right. Oh, man, look at that dude there. dimes, busted open and stamped physical realm.
Okay, he's a fucking idiot. Fucking brainwashed idiot. So what is with all these idiots? Imbeciles. People with no brains. I guess I'll put a link on. D-Amon wants to come on here. Okay. So, no, or else I got a link where I can play. I don't really have a lot on my mind or anything unless somebody wants to come on and discuss. Okay, so let's see. So send out some links on Twitter. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Open discussion. Anybody can come on. Enter at your own risk. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. I mean, I've got books and stuff. I mean, I'm just gonna play the Cooper episode. Nobody's gonna come on.
Good evening, folks. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Well, a lot has transpired over the weekend. Thanks to this broadcast, we sounded the is now coming out in the open government. That's about as anti-government as you to make sure that that doesn't happen and that the law will say on this broadcast. At 12, anything about the fact that the local power in the community there had been 27 killer dogs in the lowest. She knew exactly. Extremely valuable from this family so they could all get rich, subdividing. Them to see any of her children, world, and so crooked and so dirty and such lying. Open vote 5.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Yeah, I thought I made that very clear. 520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yes, Bill?
Yes.
Everything you said is the truth. I swear to God. We're doing something here in New York for these people. We're going to start sending them money.
Good.
She was arrested for being poor, okay? This is why she was arrested.
She was arrested.
And she was taken advantage of.
No. She was arrested to keep the world from finding out that they stole her land, and she wasn't going to leave the property.
Right, okay. Well, okay, this is what we're going to do, Bill. We're going to start sending her donations. Me, myself, I can't even pay my woman. It was sold for the back taxes. It was sold for 50. They mentioned something.
Keep up the wonderful work.
Thank you for calling.
Me and baby Mark.
Good night, Poopy.
That's not the episode I thought it was. Okay, so yeah, if anybody wants to come on, there's a link. You can come on. If not, just look for a book or something. Oops. Yeah, there's a lot to discuss, but better to discuss with people that are discussing with. It's kind of boring just sitting here talking and stuff. I'm not sure what people want to hear about or anything. It's kind of a lack of comments. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I'll put on something else. Picking up. Get something else here. What else do I got? I played like all sorts of stuff over and over. I'm not sure what I should discuss. Anybody got any suggestions? There's a lot to discuss, but I'm not sure what people don't know, so it's difficult to just kind of start off at a random spot, you know. If I was talking about Jesus, everybody would be all up in it. Even though nobody can really prove Jesus is a real person. Same with Paul. Nobody can prove that Paul is a real person. Paul's doctrine is an abomination. It's apparently some researchers say it was entirely made up. His entire existence is fabricated. And that some people go on YouTube and make just sit there and ask people to prove it and get hundreds of thousands of views. And that it's strange when you're trying to be on, if you're trying to be like going the same direction, researching towards some kind of actual goal instead of debating with each other. And you know, this is what I was talking about with the it's like, if it's there, this is what Todd's rule is. If it's there in the mainstream, it's because they want you to see it. And when these debates are in the mainstream, I think they want you to see it because they want people to have the consciousness evolution through seeing the debate. And it's not that they're actually obtaining facts or anything. It's that they're addicted to the amusement of watching the watching the aggressive interactions between people. People are bored of the regular world. They want excitement, but when excitement comes, they're not going to like it because it's not going to be anything that's fun or happy. This is where all these Marxists are all brainwashed. Because the Marxists all want violence, they want war. They're all fucking idiots. Violence is not the answer for anyone. I mean, because when the New World Order wants people to be violent, and they want people to protest so they can push more of a police state, it's not brain surgery. I mean, everybody's heard it countless times. Problem, reaction, solution. They create a problem, which is a bunch of Marxists cutting down flat cameras, and then they have a reaction. Or no, the flat cameras would be the problem. Not really for me, but for criminals and stuff. But like, the reaction is the people hating on the cameras. And the solution is more of a police state. So, it's not brain surgery. You know, somebody was like driving to Chicago or something. It was in the news where they were going to a dispensary to get weed. They were driving to Chicago. If you're going to go to another state to get weed at a dispensary, park in the parking lot next door, for God's sakes. Don't park in the parking lot. That's fucking... Because the cameras track the cars, they're not tracking the people. And if you're that worried, then fucking, this shouldn't even be a thing. It's like, fucking, it's ridiculous. It's like the people's outrage is accurate, where they've got all these cameras, but they can't catch all these missing people that are all fucking gone. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, is that the gnosis that the psychological witch doctors want you to reach to, that more incompetence? I mean, it's it's all about, these leftists are all about purposely trying to make the government look incompetent. That's their whole goal. And that fucking our government's constitution is not being enforced. It's like, how can it look incompetent when it's not being enforced? See, it's like, the communists have made sure that the Communist Control Act of 1954 is never enforced. I mean, there's never, I can't think of one person that's been arrested for the Communist Control Act. Let's see here. I mean, maybe that couple, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I can't even think of anybody that's been arrested under the Communist Control Act. What the fuck was that? Yeah, it's seeing what Kane B's up to. He's got some kind of music video going on. Not sure what's okay, so communist. Virtually no individuals were arrested or successfully prosecuted under the U.S. Communist Control Act of 1954. See, there it is right there. Nobody's been arrested under the Communist Control Act. I think it's relevant because it shows how the planned incompetence will always go along. It'll always get through the planned incompetence. Because I guarantee that the leftists are struggling to hide Jeffrey Epstein evidence because all of them went to Jeffrey Epstein's parties. That's why it hasn't came out. Unless they're all fucking, was some kind of midnight climax operation. Unless it was all, oh, excuse me. Yeah, there's fucking no news on Twitter. Unless it was all just, oh, excuse me. What's going on, Enoch? Oh. Yeah, so the this whole Iran thing, I think, is interesting. I think that they're going to discover some sort of Nazi cache in Iran once they blow it to smithereens. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck's in Iran, but no, we don't even know if Epstein was about trafficking. If it was about Midnight Climax, then it was about obtaining information from high-ranking people. One of the I can't remember who it was. One of the security guys or something said that there was some sort of politician with a compromising video in the Epstein evidence involving some kind of sexual escapade or something. I mean, nobody knows if nobody can verify it. It's like there's a lot that can't be verified. This whole obscurantism thing, it's a real pain in the ass. We need to get some money. We need to get some lawyers. We need to start filing Freedom of Information Acts. It's the only way we're gonna get any information. Freedom of Information Acts. You don't want to file a Freedom of Information Act under your name, otherwise you'll get put in a file. So you got to make sure you have a lawyer do it or something. Because there's not a lot. There's a lot of questions that people aren't asking about this Epstein thing. And that those questions have to be directed towards the right source. Yeah, so it's just interesting, the whole Tim Pool, Alex Jones feud that's going on Twitter. It's all just a bunch of circular bullshit. They're just trying to build up their fucking hype on each other. They're probably planned on doing it, for all we know. Fucking, it's all just like WWF wrestling. Oh, my viewers are down. Because remember, Alex Jones' viewers were down 90%. And now all of a sudden he's saying that Tim Pool works for Israel. That's not a coincidence. His viewers were down, so he made it up. And now he's getting fucking mad publicity about it. It's not a coincidence. I don't know if that Tim Pool guy is in on it. He could be, but I would assume that he's probably not. But then again, he could definitely be. It's definitely not a coincidence. Oh, my name is Alex Jones and my viewers are down 90%. I'm just going to make some kind of outrageous claim. I mean, anybody could do that. It's just fucking ridiculous. The amount of idiots that... I should be glad that I only have 7 people watching right now because everybody else is fucking retarded. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, do I want a horde of retards watching my podcast, or do I want 6 smart people? So, back to 7. So 7 smart people. It's like, you look at the internet and shit. It's like these people that are ball washing that Candace Owens lady. It's like she brings some relevant points, but she's off in Looney Tune land. It's like they're all off in Looney Tune land. Alex Jones, fucking all of them. They're all fucking Looney Tunes. It's bunch of Looney Tune bullshit. There's not a lot of reality being thrown about, I mean that. I think that's why everybody thinks that Andrew Wilson dude is cool because he's trying to like, but that's I don't know. He himself it could be. I mean, we all seen the clip. Let me bring up the clip here. I hate to throw him under the bus, but I mean, he said he's a Mason.
So, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, only for the purposes of trying to explain to you that I have some intricate knowledge in some of the things that Woodcock has lied about, chiefly his book, The Masons and Their Lies. I was a Freemason, Master Mason.
I mean, I'd hate to throw him under the bus, but because he seems cool, but I mean, but then again, he could be just totally telling the truth. But how many of them aren't telling the truth? How many of them are Masons and haven't said that they're Masons? I mean, that's what you got to think about. Excuse me. You know, it's like, I don't know. I don't trust no damn Mormons, that's for sure. I don't trust no Mormons. There's some goofy shit going on in their heads. That's kind of off topic, but I mean, Mormons is one of the cults. Technically, it is an Illuminist cult. Well, Andrew's not Catholic; he's Orthodox. But I do think the Orthodoxy is Russian psyop. That's no exaggeration. And other people do as well, since they found people that were ex-KGB in it. That makes you wonder, is there an ex-KGB? Who was the Stasi and what did they do? Let's see here. It's always going on about that Paul. It's like Paul was an Illuminist, if he was even a real person. The Christ within. That's the fucking root of the fucking Christ consciousness shit. It's Paul. It's the root of all the Gnostic shit. Is Paul. Fucking I mean, you read the occult books, they're all praising Paul. Paul's Jesus. Paul. You know. Whoa. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. Is this joint so harsh? Paul. I mean, I quote quotes all day from occultist books mentioning Paul, but whew, just have to take my word for it here. I mean, if you want to go consult Alvin Boyd Kuhn's book. Excuse me. I mean, maybe we could consult the book here. I got a book that if William Cooper were alive, he would probably read it in the Mystery Babylon series. So I'm going to bust it out here. Where's the name there? W. Oh, excuse me. There it is. Who was Haram Abith? By J. S. M. Ward. M.A. Fraternatus Rosa. Wait. Fraternatus. I can't tell what that means. Okay. So let's just start it off here. Let me put it on the screen just in case any foreign people are trying to learn how to speak English. In this book, I have endeavored to solve the problem which has puzzled Freemasons for many years. Seems to me strange that many anthropologists who are Masons have missed the opportunity of applying the principles they have learnt to use when studying the customs of primitive races to our own ceremonies and traditions. The dying god has for many years been subject of study. Yet in the very heart of London, the dying god is not a complex thing. It's a reiteration of the scapegoat, to Azazel. It's a reiteration of the Esau and where was that here? It's all symbolism. We don't know that they were real people. They were symbols of gods, the Elohim. Yet this very heart of London, and yet in the very heart of London, on almost every day of the week, his tragic story only thinly humanized as being enacted. If I have read the facts aright, Hiram Abiff is one of the priest kings of Tyre, the living incarnation of Adonis, who was offered up as a consecration sacrifice at the completion of the great temple of Jerusalem. In the course of my work, I received much kindness and help from Dr. Haddon, professor of anthropology at Cambridge, and Mr. Sidney Smith, the Assyrian department of the British Museum, both of whom are Masons authorities in their respective subjects. Also, Mr. G.E.W. Bridge and Mr. N.M. Penzer. With regard to the books I have consulted, these are indicated in the notes, but there is one man above all to whom I must express my deep sense of indebtedness. Sir J.G. Fraser has been an inspiration in all his books. Blah, blah. Conclusion, I sincerely hope my readers will lead them to higher veneration for the great Masonic hero, JSMW. So, okay. Chapter 1. Our problem. Every thoughtful Mason must have asked himself the above question time after time. To most, it will be clear that the legend has a striking affinity with the theme of the ancient mysteries, and students have usually compared it to the legend of Osiris in ancient Egypt. To the author, however, it seems a mistake to go to Egypt to find the origin of our legend, when the ritual itself indicates Palestine or Near East as the true source whence it derived. The very fact that the Bible, as we now have it, makes hardly any reference to the chief character in our temple legend, and gives barely a hint of any tragedy, is alone sufficient to show that whatever be the case with other parts of the ritual, the legend itself was not derived from any extant version of the scriptures known to Englishmen of the 18th century. The obvious field for research is therefore Palestine, not Egypt, and we must study not only the Jewish records as set forth in the Bible, but also profane history and the beliefs and customs of the heterogeneous groups of races who inhabited Syria and Asia Minor in the period of the building of the first temple and during subsequent ages. By the time my readers have finished this book, they will trust have realized that Hiram Abiff is a far more tragic figure than even our legend represents. He stands for something greater, vaster, nobler, and more terrible than a mere man of honor who, rather than betray his sacred trust, laid down his life. As the story unfolds, my readers will perceive that we are spiritual eyewitnesses to a vast, soul-shaking tragedy whose grim and all-embracing character reveals the unplumbed depths of cruelty and folly from which, in our course of ages, mankind has slowly emerged, guided by that light which is from above. Stainless steel shelves. Oh, that sounds fun. I haven't welded in a long time. Not since the 90s. Man. Hiram indeed, maybe a real man of flesh and blood who, like thousands before him, after him, well, I guarantee he wasn't real, has been sacrificed to the false belief that thereby the corn will be made to grow to the building to stand firm forever. One of that long line of prophets, priests, and kings whose blood has stained the flower bespangled earth, that the great mother may be fruitful and multiply. Vain, yet heroic victims who at the call of duty went down the unfaltering into the valley of the shadow of death. That Hiram was not the last architect who was sacrificed at the completion of the building on which he had toiled these pages will show, and even today in the dark corners of the earth, humble yet valiant representatives of our master shall follow the same blood-stained path that he once trod. The road which we shall follow in this book is like the Masonic pavement, checkered with black and white, like that used in the RA. What's the RA? It is flecked with crimson. We must descend into the black night of the abyss itself, the abyss of savage ignorance and fear. And the lower we descend, the further back in time we venture. The blacker becomes the darkness, lit only by a glimmering ray. The unfaltering faith and quiet heroism which men accepted the high office and grim fate which savage and primitive ideas had assigned to them. We shall not reach the lowest depths of the abyss. Fortunately, we can content ourselves with imagining what lies beyond in the far distance and dim red dawn of man, when we shall have seen enough to realize how long and painful has been the journey by which civilized man has climbed to his present state. But as we follow the path back from darkness to light, we shall find new hope, salvation, and the evidence we shall gather up as the way which, amid the darkness of primitive magic, men have arisen, inspired from on high, and seizing the ancient grim magical ceremonies, have transformed and ennobled them into things of beauty, proclaiming to all a message of hope. The dead die not, for as the corn dies to rise transformed and beautified, so shall mortal men shed the husk he calls his body, and soaring upward like an eagle shine stars forever and ever. Can't let my roads go out. Later came the mystic who, taking the ancient legend, again transformed it into the symbol of the inner striving of man's soul, the high quest of God, the revelation that even the poor sinful man there resides a spark of the divine being with whom we can achieve union at one-ment or atonement, like the Mormons. The beatific vision and the end of the age-long quest. Thus we shall perceive God working in a mysterious way, in strange places. We shall see that the long-drawn agony of man inflicted by man himself has after all not been entirely in vain. Perhaps above we shall acquire a new and more genuine admiration for the stern old prophets of the Jewish faith, fighting desperately, often hopelessly outnumbered, against the adherents of the lower conception of divine things. That's interesting. On the other hand, let us recognize that not only in Palestine it was the light of lights at work leading men from the lower to the higher, but far distantly in other prophets of the Most High, using similar rites and customs, ennobled and transformed them into means of conveying to mankind by allegory and symbol profound spiritual and moral truths. In the course of our work, we shall see. This Mason thinks it's all about morals, and so he doesn't understand the fucking archaeology. Oh yeah, yeah. We should weld up some kind of giant robot. Our work we shall trace the origin of such peculiar features as the lion's grip and the eagle's claw, the two pillars, the sprig of acacia stepping over an open grave, and of that bright morning star whose coming brought peace and salvation to the multitudes, but death stark and terrible to one lone man. In review, there will pass before us initiation rites of death and resurrection which exist in all parts of the world, and from them we shall learn much which will help us in our study. When investigating primitive beliefs, we must remember that the savage is far from logical. He is perfectly capable of holding at one and at the same time beliefs which we can see clearly contradict each other. Even today, amongst civilized races, the same phenomenon can be witnessed. Quite intelligent men will honestly maintain two or more beliefs which are mutually destructive. Speak of mutually assured destruction. Nice story. Tell it to Reader's Digest. That's Megadeth. Logical thought indeed is very modern growth, and we must therefore not be surprised if we can find that our primitive ancestors and the modern savage attached to the mythological being the attributes of the sun, the moon, and the earth at one and the same time. Another factor which is apt to confuse the beginner in the anthropology of the various races and cults, particularly the Near East, have constantly borrowed details and incidents from each other. While we wish to probe deep into the working of the human mind and its journey towards the light, we must be prepared to find not only the abysmal ignorance of the most elementary facts of life, but often a lack of sound logic, made the more surprising by flashes of genuine inspiration and real knowledge. In this work, we shall perhaps discover even more important facts in the answer of our original question. We shall traverse vast regions of time and space. We shall walk amid the primeval jungles of modern Africa and follow the solemn procession of the mourn for Adonis slain. We shall see the bodies of men hanging from trees which were never planted on the hill of Calvary, and in spirit witness the bale fires of Moloch blazing from end to end of the ocean-wide empire of the Phoenicians. We shall see tragedy after tragedy flit past us on our journey from land to land. The rolling of the death drums and the shrill tune of magic flutes will bend in our ears with the wailing of the countless hosts which will follow us even to the sacred precincts of the temple of King Solomon, and the still more sacred threshold of the inn at Bethlehem, amid heathen temples and Gothic churches, from the palm huts of New Guinea to the ornate lodges of modern London. We shall follow the footsteps of our master Hiram, who, as he treads the pathway of sacrifice, dyed red with his own blood. Let us then roll up the curtains of the grim tragedy of the divine man. Be they kings, priests, or architects, let us follow the shadowy figure of the master architect in particular, back through the ages to his home in the mountain of Lebanon, where, according to the scriptures, Adoniram presided over the levies in the days of Solomon, king of Jerusalem. Let us trace the tragic end of Adoniram himself, as given in the scripture. Let us learn the meaning of the name Hiram, he that destroys, and discover the grim cause which made him a widow's son. That's interesting. Was that chapter 2? Okay, so what the fuck's up with this joint? It's like running like crazy. So in the Bible, there's mentions of them as well. I'm not gonna read those. Blah blah blah. Valley of Blood and Tears. Those aside. Conch shells, death drums, blah blah, Borgans, soul, and the souls of the dead shall arise. Corn seed. That would have said something else. They would have called it maize. Or okay. Considering who Hiram was, I shall assume my readers know by heart the form of the legend given in emulation working, and shall only from time to time add thereto such variations or additions to the ceremony as survive in the provinces or overseas, form important links in the evolution of our ceremony. So he's saying he's not going to reveal the ceremony of the Masons, but he's going to add to it or add the different doctrines. Blah, blah. I propose to indicate later Hiram represented a popular Syrian god amongst whom the champions of Jehovah strove unceasingly. Well, some would argue that Hiram Abiff was Jehovah. There is no doubt among biblical critics at the time of Josiah BC 624, not only were many abuses swept away and important reforms carried out as indicated in the VSL, but what is VSL? Chronicles 1 and 2 of Kings. Oh, okay. What does that say? Okay, so previous volumes of the Bible were carefully revised, and anything which might be considered to indicate the slightest toleration of the old indigenous beliefs was deleted. For all that, we learned that the shrine of Astarte or Astaroth or of the Sidonians, which had been built by King Solomon, was still standing at the time of Josiah, and that it was he who had broken it down. Well, so Josiah did do something good. All these reforms Josiah did because of a book which the priests discovered when they were restoring the temple of King Solomon. The critics are agreed this book was Deuteronomy, which dates from this period and was fathered on Moses by legal fiction, in which English history also supplies numerous examples. Throughout history, reformers had found it necessary to pretend that their reforms were really old customs which had been forgotten, for otherwise people would never have accepted them. In England, it was Edward the Confessor who had thus made responsible for reforms instituted by Henry II, even by later kings, whilst among the Jews it was naturally Moses. The new and strict code was more laws and monotheistic teaching and thus propounded, naturally necessitated careful revision of older books, lest the lax party of the Jewish state should quote from them in support of the view that, after all, some toleration of the old faith was permissible. Since Solomon or some other Jewish hero had undoubtedly worshipped Astarte or Moloch, and yet been beloved by Jehovah. Therefore, where any such facts could not be deleted, care was taken to show that these acts of the hero were strongly disapproved of by Jehovah. Nevertheless, we can detect evidence that heathen customs were carried on despite Jehovah's Witnesses and wishes, and sometimes such heathen customs are mentioned without any mark of disapproval at all. In these cases, no doubt the facts slip notice of the reviser. In fact, one example here must suffice. Jephthah offered up his daughter, his only child, as a burnt offering despite the supposed prohibition of human sacrifice indicated in Genesis 22. Jephthah may also be regarded in a sense as a Masonic hero, as my readers will remember. In the Bible, be it noted that there is no mention of disapproval from Jehovah, and so evidently this human sacrifice did not revolt public conscience, or the priestly historians would have recorded it. If Jephthah could thus sacrifice his own daughter, is it thinkable that a mixed body of Jewish and Phoenician craftsmen should, 150 years later, sacrifice a man? Now, from my understanding of the Old Testament, people are all symbols and gods. Fortunately, however, there was one piece of evidence which the revisers could not entirely eliminate without destroying all their previous history, namely that is supplied by certain professedly personal names. And these reinforced by inscriptions which belong to the avowedly non-Jewish precursors of Solomon, the Jebusite kings of Zion, indicated clearly enough the survival of the pagan ideas in the Holy Land. The anxiety of the revisers, however, to delete as far as possible all references of a pagan nature may explain the mysterious disappearance of several former books of the Bible, which are now only known to us by a brief reference. Oh shit. Ouch. God damn it. Nah. I burnt a hole in my... Oh. No, there's not a hole. No. I mean, good thing these paints are fire resistant. They still burn. There's not a hole, though. Son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, where was I at? Cherry fell out of my joint. Blah, blah. I'll just skip out of here. So, certainly not like Josiah, devotion to Jehovah and therefore among the mass. Less spiritually evolved people whom he employed to build his new temple, we naturally should expect to find many who were devoted worshippers of the local god Adonis, one of whose great sanctuaries seemed to have been Mount Moriah. Let us now see what the Bible says about Hiram-Abiff. We learn that Hiram, king of Tyre, sent Hiram-Abiff to help Solomon build the temple. But from the accounts, he appears to have been not so much an architect as a smith, a worker in brass. Too much stress, however, should not be laid on this fact, as in olden days many kindred building trades were grouped round the Masonic guild. Even in the Middle Ages, the Comacene Masons in Europe included among their numbers painters and sculptors who were Masons. Okay. Two versions of the Bible do not agree as to his mother's tribe. Chronicles state that he was of the daughters of Dan, while Kings said she was a widow of the tribe of Naphtali. See, that's because these are symbols. That's why they contradict. Oops. Symbols of astrology or astronomy. Let's see. What was that? I remember that Tyre was Mars, Naphtali was the Jupiter, I think. I forget what Dan was. The conflicting testimony regarding his mother's tribe may be explicable on the grounds that she was not a real, rather one of the old race to whom it was difficult to allot a tribe, but that in the eyes of the historians it seemed desirable to indicate the great architect of the universe of the temple had some Jewish blood in his veins. It is, however, possible that the real explanation is that she belonged to the tribe of Dan. Dan was divided into two sections, a small section being separated from the main body and having their located on the desert side of the tribe of Naphtali, which latter tribe had the territory east of Lebanon. Okay, so they're talking about the locations of the tribes themselves, and but that is if it wasn't. Seems like to the natives, it's like the land was already one of the symbols. Like it's hard to explain, but it's like I don't think they were living there because in the regions because it was some kind of organic grouping. I think it was based on the stars, the just like the native stuff. So the land itself was, I think, already pre-named. What was that? Blah blah. Phoenicians were at any rate clearly told that the father was Phoenician, and from the son's skill, which included work in the famous purple of Tyre, it was clear that his upbringing was in that city. He can hardly therefore have been a worshipper of Jehovah. It is clear that in the bulk of his fellow workmen were Phoenicians, for Solomon wrote and asked Hiram of Tyre to send him men. But see, it's this writer doesn't seem very well read. We also learn that King Hiram promised him cedars and firs from Lebanon and the mountains of Lebanon, and we shall see later there's the holy mountains of Adonis and Bidlos, where lay his most holy sanctuary. The Roman spot as well. Moreover, we are specifically told that later in life, King Solomon did worship Astaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, in Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites, and that he built on the right hand of the Mount of Corruption a high place for Astaroth, and for Shamash, and for Milcom. These were still standing 350 years later when they were destroyed by the good King Josiah. Astaroth is the same as Astarte, the goddess whose love proved fatal to Adonis, and as later, the time of Ezekiel, 594 BC, we find this prophet denouncing the Jewish woman because they wept for Tammuz at the north gate of the temple. He also denounces the men because within the courts of the temple itself, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their faces towards the east, they worship the sun towards the east. Thus, we can see that the Jews at the time of King Solomon were far from being strict monotheists, and even the wise king himself not only did not serve Jehovah with a single eye, but took care to build shrines for other gods, perhaps feared that otherwise they might be offended. We learn from the Bible itself that he was actually worshiper of Astarte, and that despite Josiah's Herculean effort later, her worship was not eliminated. For 28 years afterwards, ceremonies connected to the slaying of Adonis were still taking place. As we shall see later, the Song of King Solomon is undoubtedly a fragment of the ritual connected with the rites of Adonis. The sublime chapter 12 of Ecclesiastes, which tradition asserts was written by King Solomon, seems to be connected with the death of Adonis. So far as we can judge from the Bible, the high priest and the priests of Jehovah did little to denounce these rivals, or possibly partner gods. Policy may be forbid it, and it was the prophets and the prophets alone who in the main fought for the fiery zeal for the conception of one God and one God only. It was amid this atmosphere of easy tolerance of other gods than Jehovah that King Solomon set to work to build his temple, and for the task gathered skilled workmen from Tyre, one of the centers of the Adonis worship, while he sent levies to Lebanon, which was the principal shrine for that god. The next factor to be considered is the name Hiram. It has, of course, a very definite meaning and one of deep significance, but more as it borne by two men, namely a king and a builder. Hiram means exaltation of life, their liberty or whiteness, he that destroys. The above, so it fit with the serious thing. The above meanings applied alike to a king and a builder, but the latter is distinguished by the addition. Well, it could also be proof that there were white people in the Middle East back then. Whiteness. Where was that? The above meanings apply alike to the king and the builder. The latter is distinguished by the addition in the Hebrew of the word abith, which means father. In an authorized version of the Bible, no reference is made to the title abith in Kings, but in 2 Chronicles the phrase is translated thus: I have sent a cunning man of Huram, my fathers. This seems to imply that Hiram was the name of the father of the reigning king of Tyre, and that his cunning man was one of his servants, and therefore his name is not given at all. But as 1 Kings 4:40 clearly states that Hiram made the lavers, etc., it's evident that the name of a cunning man was, after all, Hiram. Literally, the words are Hiram's father. Hiram, remember that Hiram means fire in the center. That HRM, Aramaic, being the old possessive which replaced for the time of medieval English possession, e.g., Christ's sake. For Christ's sake, get it together. Okay, today, Christ's sake, thus. I'm not going to read all those phonics notes. I've read them before. Meaning would be Hiram's father. There's Hiram, the king of Tyre, who was sending him to suggest the architect was the father of the king, a point to which we shall refer later in the book. But we ought not to translate the one word without translating the other, for the whole phrase is one, a view which is considerably strengthened by the existence of another Hebrew name, which, though written differently, is in reality precisely the same, namely Abiram. Abiram was a prince of Israel who with 2 others was swallowed up by the earth when fire came out and consumed his supporters for daring to claim the right to burn incense before the Lord. His claim and his fate are of peculiar importance to our research, for he clearly represented a rival cult and claimed that its priests were just as much entitled as if Aaron and the Levites to offer prayers to Jehovah if they wished. Ab means father. It is the same word as abif, and when used as a prefix, the second syllable for the sake of euphony is omitted. The H in Hiram, which in any case is almost silent, is naturally omitted as well. And so we have another Hiram Abiff, who according to the Bible suffered a tragic fate. No one, however, was ever suggested that his name should be read Hiram, his father. If therefore we treat the whole phrase as one name and then translate it, most of our difficulties vanish. In that case, Hiram means the father of him who destroys, or possibly the father who destroys, or less accurately, the father of destruction. Great destroyer. Next meaning is the father of their liberty, or father or source of their whiteness. The third meaning is the father of exaltation of life, and the source of the exaltation of life. So the whiteness thing could be an old alchemical symbol of purity. Now the story of Abraham. He clearly was the father who destroys, or the cause of the destruction of his children and his supporters who perished through his presumption. This fact suggests that they are indeed on the right track. Further, there is another Abraham, the eldest son of Hale, who was offered up as a foundation sacrifice when he rebuilt Jericho. Kind of like that weird song with the mason in the wall. Let us now consider the man Tammuz, for whom the daughters of Jerusalem wept, because he too suffered a tragic fate. It was because there was a divine spirit in Tammuz, or Adonis, that the man part was inevitably destroyed, as we shall see later. While all the above titles are not merely appropriate to Adonis, the God-man and his human representatives, but accurately indicate certain aspects of his nature, whereas for an architect, the title "He Who Destroys" is hardly appropriate. Further, we must not overlook the king Hiram, whose name also means "he that destroys." He was then in any way, notice the phrase "ordo ab chaos" comes to mind, representatives of Adonis. The answer is emphatically yes. And he was recognized as such in profane history, for subsequent evidence will show that the Phoenician kings claimed to be incarnations of Adonis. And Ezekiel actually denounced the king of Tyre because he called himself a god. Remember what the Satanists believe. The kings claim to be incarnations of Adonis. Just like in Egypt, they claim to be incarnations of Osiris, incarnations of Tammuz, etc., incarnations of He Who, incarnations of King Arthur, etc., etc. Thus, we see that this name, with all the implies, we'll also notice the king of Tyre called himself a god. Thou hast said, I am a god, the king of Tyre. The thing is that in the story, he may have been a god. Imagine it like many gods, but there is a battle, and the winning god is the one god. That's what the labors of Hercules is about. It's like Hercules was a precursor of Jesus. It's like the one god beat up all the other gods. The lion, the scorpion, the scarab, the zodiacs. Thus we see that this name with all that implies belonged to an earthly king who was the human representative of Adonis. How comes it that mere ordinary architect also possessed such an exalted title? There was, however, a third Hiram, contemporary with the other two, and like them engaged in the temple. This man, according to the tradition, was the successor of Hiram of the architect. His name was the compound consisting of Hiram and the word Adon, or Adonis instead of Abiff. He was Adoniram, and strange to say, remember that's another name for Osiris. Strange to say that we know a great deal more about him from the Bible than we do of the other two. Because remember, there's 4 incarnations of Osiris. Adoniram is the same name as Odoram, the latter being merely a variation of the former. We first meet with him in the time of David, who set him over the tribute. This was about 1022 BC. We next hear that Solomon appointed him to the same office, the name used this time being Adoniram, or not Adoram, where we also learn that he was one of the great princes of Israel, of whom 10 are named, and that his father was Abda. Ab, of course, means father of, and Da is the same as Dad, or in full Dodo. Dado is the true name of the form David. It means the beloved. Dad was the regular title of Adonis or Tammuz, the beloved of Astarte, while Doda was the title of Ishtar herself. Thus Abda would mean father of the beloved of Ishtar, i.e. father of Adonis, a more significant fact. In connection with this, my readers should remember that the regular form of lamentation for the king of Judah at his death was most peculiar, and unquestionably had been adopted from the form of lamentation used by the women who wept for Tammuz. According to Jeremiah, as translated in the authorized version, it is as follows: Therefore they shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, my sister, for they not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory. Professor T.K. Chain considers that the mysterious sister was none other than Astarte, and that the word translated glory should be Doda, which he contends was a regular title for Astarte, just as Adon was of Tammuz, hence the Greek name Adonis. In Hebrew, the words were Hoi Ahi, meaning alas, my brother, Hoi Adon, alas, Lord. We thus see that for some strange reason, and kings of Judah had taken over the lamentations and even the title of Tammuz. Adonis and Adoniram also used this title, and moreover was the son, the father of the beloved, as beloved was another title of Tammuz. We see that the prince of Israel had attached himself to 2 of the attributes of Tammuz. We have already learned that Hiram, which forms part of his names, means exactly the same as the name of the king of Tyre, who claimed to be a god. Also, that the word Hiram was attached to the chief architect of the temple. Finally, this word, meaning exaltation of life, was far more appropriate to Tammuz than it could be to a mere ordinary mortal. Adoniram's high official rank and his title of prince seems strange if he were merely an important overseer of Masons. Nothing more. But if he himself represented a line of divine kings, there would be nothing strange about his title, rank, or name. Although we might wonder whether he was really a Mason. It will thus be seen that we have learned many curious facts from a careful study of just 1 or 2 verses of sacred scripture. The date of the second mention of Adoniram is BC 1014. The next reference is the same date, relates how Adoniram was set over the levee that cut timber on Mount Lebanon. Now Lebanon was the great sanctuary of Adonis in Syria. Cinyras, who was, according to legend, was the first king of Byblos and the father of Adonis, is said to have built the sanctuary to Astarte, the spot on Mount Lebanon, a day's journey from Byblos, or Jabal as it is called in the Bible. This was no doubt Afaka, who stood at the source of the river Adonis, and the ruins of which still remain. It was destroyed by the Emperor Constantine because of the licentious nature of some of the rites which occurred there. What's number 3? Legend informs us that it was here that Adonis met Astarte for the first time, or according to other versions, for the last time. And here was his mangled corpse was buried. To this day, amid crags and precipices, we still be seen monuments of the dying god, and from this spot the river each spring runs red with his blood to the purple sea. Thus a man whose name means the Lord who destroys, or the Lord of the exaltation of life, the son of the father of the beloved, presided over the levees which cut down the trees of the mountain sacred to him, whom the Syrians called the Lord, the beloved Adonis, Tammuz in short. The god of vegetation, if then Abda means the father of the beloved, he was the father of the Lord who destroys. It's evident that Adoniram himself was the beloved. And so a Jewish prince ruled over the sacred mountain of Adonis and was known by the title used for that god. See, we don't know if it was an actual person or not. I believe that it wasn't. Or it was just simply carried on deified ranks. It begins to look at as if Adoniram was going to be even more interesting than the king of Tyre, whose name Hiram means he who destroys, or the architect. Whose name indicates that he is the father of he who destroys. But let us let us see what else the Bible tells us. This great prince who from the time of David onwards presided over the tribute, who had charged the levies of Mount Lebanon, a place which didn't belong to Solomon or any of its successors, but to the Phoenicians. There is one more record. The great prince died of miserable death, for he was stoned to death by the Israelites when they revolted against Rehoboam. This is about BC 975. So although we do not know the year of his birth or his age, when David appointed him to have charge over the tribute, we have a glimpse of the last 47 years of his life. What a miserable death for so great a prince to die, knocked on the head by a mob of angry peasants. But as we meditate upon that fact, we recollect another mob consisting of temple workmen, another brave man knocked on the head. Strange that the successor should perish like his immediate predecessor. And stranger still that the two Abrahams should also have come to a violent end. Thus, of the 5 Hirams, 3, according to the Bible, suffered violent deaths. On the 4th, all know the fate. And we cannot help wondering whether a like tragedy marked the close of the life of the king as well. Perhaps so, although Jewish tradition says he lived for hundreds of years. It may be, however, before we have finished this work, we shall come to the conclusion that there was something fatal about having the name of Hiram. Concerning King Hiram of the Bible also gives us some interesting information. We never hear of him until David has taken Jerusalem, when we find him sending messengers, gifts. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David and cedar trees, and carpenters and masons, and they built David a house. Now, why should the king who ruled over Lebanon, the sacred fane of Adonis, hasten to convey his friendship to David, whose name means the beloved? Immediately he has taken Jerusalem. Why did he send him skilled masons and cedars to build him a house? There's no mention of payment. It's because it's symbology. Jesus Christ. Neither is there any hint that David had threatened to conquer Tyre, Mars. If there had even the possibility of suggesting the latter cause, we make quite sure that the patriotic Jewish historian would have stressed the underlined the fact. Perhaps we shall find the reason if we study the characters of the old Jebusite kings of Jerusalem. We learn in Judges that one of these early Canaanite kings was called Adoni-Bezek, and in Joshua we learn that the king of Jerusalem was called Adoni-Zedek, which means Lord of Righteousness. It thus very closely corresponds, strange to say, with Melchizedek, or the king of righteousness. This character is of peculiar interest to us as well, and so we will consider the passage rather carefully. Quote, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and was the priest of the Most High God, and he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram, or Abaram. The important fact here is that Abram recognizes Melchizedek as the priest king and admits that he worshiped God. Thus we see that Jerusalem had a dynasty of priest kings, and that some of them used the divine name Adonai and others Melch, which word means king, like Melchizedek. More especially the king of the city or god of the city, e.g. Melkarth, the name given to Baal, or god of Tyre, concerning whom we shall have to learn more later. Now the title of later Jewish kings of Jerusalem was Adoniram Melech, the Lord of the King, which Fraser considers indicates that they had taken over the titles of the line of priest kings of Tammuz, or Adonis, who originally reigned in Jerusalem, and it was because of this fact that David was so anxious to take the city and transferred the then seat of his government thither from Hebron. Professor A.N. Sake considers that David only adopted that name, which should be written Dod or Dodo, after he had captured Jerusalem. Dodo means the beloved one, or according to him was the titles of Adonis or Tammuz, South Canaan, in particular among the Jebusites of Jerusalem, where Adonis was the supreme deity. These facts explain why Hiram, who himself was a priest, king, and living representative of Adonis, should be anxious to propitiate the new priest king of Jerusalem, for such, of course, he would regard David. That David himself deliberately went out of his way to transfer the old sacred tradition to his own house, and even to his proposed temple, is clear from the parcel of the account of the purchase of the threshing floor of Araunah, who we are carefully yet apparently pointlessly told was a Jebusite and a king. Now Adonis or Tammuz was the god of vegetation, more especially of corn, and so a threshing floor would be particularly appropriate as a sacred place, as the corn was said to represent his body. During the period when the death of the god was celebrated, it was customary not to eat corn. Excuse me. In the threshing floor, where the corn was beaten, in the sense depicted the martyrdom of the god. What place more appropriate as a spot for a shrine to Adonis, and therefore what more politic than for David to purchase it and on it build his new temple of Jehovah, thus grafting the new faith on the old. And this he would only be doing what Christians at a later date consistently did. For example, St. Paul's replaced an old Roman temple, probably dedicated to Diana, who to some extent represents Astarte. Thus, the site of the temple was converted from what had been a sacred place of Adonis, and no doubt this, in part, explains why the women still wailed for Tammuz at the north gate of the temple in the days of Ezekiel. As a matter of fact, there is little doubt that the full ceremony of death of Adonis was still enacted and reenacted in the same spot, despite the nominal changes of the cult. We thus see that Hiram of Tyre not only bore the title "He who destroys their whiteness," etc., but ruled over one of the most sacred shrines of Adonis, and was most anxious to do all that he could to please a king who had just obtained control of another spot sacred to Tammuz. We shall see later that he was himself a priest king representing the god of this city, Tyre, or Mars. He sent Hiram Biff to help David's son to build a temple as Adonis. At any rate, King Solomon did not hesitate to raise the second shrine close up against the temple to honor of Astarte. In honor. As we shall see later, the very temple of Jehovah seems to have been copied in part, at least, from the great shrine to Astarte, Adonis, in Paphos, which was then standing. Perhaps Solomon felt some amends were due to Astarte and Adonis for converting their sacred spot into the site of Jehovah's temple. There still remains one point in connection with the name of the architect. Some scholars consider the word Abib should read Abib, the word which means ears of corn or green fruits. If this reading be accepted, it is further confirmation of the view that Hiram Abib is some way connected with Tammuz. Neither can we overlook the significance of the gift of bread and wine made by the old priest king of Melchizedek, the very general uses of bread and wine to provide the sacramental meal in connection with the ceremonial ritual of death and resurrection. Let us now turn from the Bible to profane history. Darn it, my joint went out. Profane history and see what we can learn therefrom concerning Adonis, the claims of certain Syrian kings and to be priest kings and incarnations of the god. But before doing so, let us collect the meanings of the names of the different Hirams, for it may be that later, when we come to the study of the story of Adonis, they may prove more significant than they do at present. So that's interesting. Adonai means Lord, originally the Lord God, and in this sense it was used by the Jews to replace the word Jehovah when the tradition had arisen that the holy name must not be uttered. At an earlier period, even the time of David, no such idea seems to have prevailed. for there are many personal names which incorporate it, at any rate in part, as, for example, Adonai Jah, which means Lord God Jah, or Jehovah, truly a strange name for a mere man to bear. Incidentally, like so many others who bore a divine name, he was put to death, in this case by orders of his own brother. Well, that's bizarre. Wonder if Jesus' brother had something to do with Jesus' death in the story. Adonis is merely a Greek form of Adonai, which was the title most often used with the Syrians when speaking of Tammuz, although originally a divine title owing to the fact that it was often borne by all descendants of those supposedly divine kings, since they too were divine, may have tended towards the close of the pre-Christian era to have become less divine and more a honorific title. But if so, this was last after the time of Solomon. So it's interesting. Remember that the King of England and stuff thinks that he's the Vicar of Christ. Meanwhile, we got the Caesar of Rome, the Vatican Pope, who thinks that he's the Vicar of Christ. I can't remember which language Pope means door. It's not Latin. It's maybe Italian. I can't remember. Where's that here? The Phoenician kings in Cyprus and their children all bore the title of Adonis down to the time of Aristotle, or even later. According to the Cypriot legends, Adonis was at one time king of Paphos, Cyprus. Well, some people claim Odin was a god too, but that's where the stories are all muckled. Cyprus. We are now in a position to understand more fully the meaning and significance of the various names which occur in our legends. We will deal with them with seriatim, commencing with Hiram. Hiram means he that destroys, their liberty, their whiteness, the exaltation of life. Let's see. So King Hiram therefore needs no further explanation. Ab or Abif means father or father of. In alternative reading, Abib means ears of corn or green fruits. Therefore, Hiram Abif means father of him who destroys, the father of their whiteness, the father of their liberty, father of their exaltation of life. See, it's like in the alchemical sense, the destroying and the purity of whiteness and the symbolic melting of the metal, exaltation. I mean, we recognize that several of these titles are peculiarly appropriate to Tammuz. Thus, number 2 clearly indicates his nature as god of corn, and surely teaches that though through his death men are made clean, neither can we altogether forget the fact that the destructive side of the deity in India, called Shiva, is always represented as white and is called the Great White God. In a similar way, number 3 also suggests the vicarious sacrifice whereby the rest of man is saved and set free. Finally, number 4 is a peculiarly apt phrase to denote one who is sown in corruption and raised in incorruption. One who Hellboy. Wait, no, that's the opposite. Sown in corruption, raised. Yeah, Hellboy in corruption. One who exchanges mortal life for eternal or divine life, thereby gives men the hope of a similar resurrection. Mortal life for divine life. So it's like Abi Ram means exactly the same as Hiram Abiff, and it is interesting to note that the early man perished because he claimed to be a priest of the Most High, a claim precisely similar to that made by Melchizedek, which claim, strange to say, was admitted by the Jewish writers without question, in spite of the fact that he was not even of the lineage of Abraham. The later Abaram was the foundation sacrifice, and so very similar in his fate to Hiram Abiff, who is the consecration sacrifice, Adoniram means the God who destroys, Lord of whiteness, God of liberty, the God who brings men liberty from mortal suffering and terror of death. So Adoniram is a word for Jesus. For the Lord God, who is himself the exaltation of life, God of resurrection. Abda means the father of the beloved one, the title of Adonis, and a phrase which indicates that Adoniram was the beloved one, i.e. Astarte, of Astarte. See, it's like the old thing that's like, they had a male and a female god at the highest hierarchy. Great titles are these indeed for mere mortal men, and yet 4 at least of these godlike beings perished miserably. 1 by a fire and earthquake, 2 at the hands of a mob, and 1 as a sacrifice. In like manner perished Adonis and his earthly representatives, as we shall see. For now we will leave behind us the Bible and see what additional knowledge can be gained from the careful study of the profane history of the Near East. Let us first learn all that we can about Adonis, the divine lover, Astarte. Let us learn, first of all, Astarte is Esther. That's why Esther doesn't mention God in the book, because Esther is Astarte, the cohort of God in the mysteries. Let us learn the priest kings as representatives in their tragic fate. Let us compare the great shrine of Astarte at Paphos, the temple which King Solomon raised to the Most High with the assistance of Hiram, king of Tyre, Hiram Abiff, and Adoniram ben Abda. We shall begin by following our master on the path which he trod in the days of old, when rose the bright morning star, whose coming brought hope and salvation to a multitude, but death to one lone man. Well, that's fucked up. Let's talk about Jesus or Hiram Abiff or Adoniram. That's fucked up. What if that's what it means in the book that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, James? And it says, or was it James? Yeah, it was a book of James, and it said Jesus said he was cursed. He had the curse. He took the curse. The star, the morning star. I mean, that's strange. Let us learn also something of the balefires of Melkarth and the divine king of the city of Tyre, whose altar Solomon stood up beside the temple he built to Jehovah. Then perhaps we shall understand that the tears which the women of Jerusalem shed outside the north gate of the temple were not mere ritual tears. At any rate, originally in the process, we shall realize whom the Queen of Sheba really represents. So that's because the Queen of Sheba is Astarte, or Astaroth, the goddess cohort of the excuse me, the goddess of magic, holds 2 snakes, 2 serpents. Adonis and Astarte, Babylon. The waxing and waning of the seasons, the growth and decay of vegetation upon which he depended for his food, filled primitive man with alarm. He endeavored to facilitate the resurrection of plant life by certain magical ceremonies. As civilization advanced, he supplemented his primitive ideas by a religious conception, in which he conceived of the earth as a great goddess of fertility, who in autumn grew old and feeble and was in danger of death. From primitive man made the gods in his own image, endowing them with his own attributes. Thus he believed that they were born, married, and had children and could die. Thought that even the great mother, the fertile earth, was in danger of death, therefore he himself of starvation, filled man with abject terror, and carrying forward his old magical ideas of the past, he thought it desirable to perform certain ceremonies based on sympathetic magic to assist her over the dangerous period of winter. He explained the phenomena of autumn, winter, and spring as caused by the old age, death, and resurrection of a divine being. And there was always present in his mind a terror lest some day that divine being would not rise again, and that the subsequent destruction of the whole world would follow. Thus it came about that most primitive races enact a drama in which someone represents a god who is slain and comes to life again. But whereas today, in most cases, as it is play acting, in the early dawn of man, and one who acted the part of the god who was really slain in order that the divine spirit, which was supposed to be in its representative, should enter into another younger or more vigorous body. That's bizarre. The procedure by which this transference of the divine soul took place will be described at a later point in the book. We shall now direct attention to a careful study of the stories connected with Astarte and her lover Adonis. Astarte, under varying names, was worshipped throughout the whole of Near East in pre-Christian days. In Syria and Palestine, she was known as Astarte or Astaroth. In Cappadocia and Asia Minor as Sibyl, and in Babylonia as Ishtar. Well, the same great mother goddess is known goddess in Egypt was known as Isis. The earliest form of the Adonis myth comes from Babylon. In those records, he is named Dumuzi Abzu, usually called, however, Dumuzi, from which the form of the name is derived Tammuz. Under an appellation he is known in Syria. See, Church Warden Arcana Freemasonry says it's from the Mayans. See, like the stories go all over the world. Nobody knows where it's from because there's so many stories. It's all have the same lore. It's like I mean, most likely it's because of Pangea. The latter country was usually spoken of as a lord. Lord. No, good night, Todd. Adon and the Greeks, taking this for his proper name, Hellenized it into Adonis. In the literature of Babylonia, Dumuzi was the youthful lover of Ishtar, the great mother goddess who embodied the reproductive energies of nature. The reference to the tragedy are very fragmentary, but we learn that in every year Dumuzi died and passed into a subterranean world that his divine mistress sought for him, in the land from which there is no returning, the house of darkness, where dust lies on door and bolt. This, of course, was the winter season during which the animals and plants ceased to reproduce their species. So serious was the position that the god Ea sent messengers to the underworld and demanded from the queen thereof, Alatu, the return of Ishtar. Meantime, Ishtar had passed through the 7 gates of the underworld, at each gate which she was compelled to pay a fee to the warden of the gate, which consisted of one of her garments, till at length she appeared before the goddess of the underworld stark naked. Despite these sacrifices, the goddess refused to release Dumuzi and poured contempt onto Ishtar. It was at this point that the messenger from the gods arrived and compelled Alatu to sprinkle Ishtar and Dumuzi with the water of life, so that the two might return together in the upper world as and nature survive. Fortunately, we have a number of Babylonian hymns which were used at the annual lamentation which the people of Babylonia made, which clearly indicate his close association with plant life, and particularly with the corn seed, which is buried in order, that it may come forth to life and bear a goodly yield. excuse me. Dumuzi, in short, is a spirit of vegetation, particularly of the corn. These dirges were chanted over the effigy of the dead god, which is washed with pure water, anointed with oil, and clad in a red robe. The flute was an instrument chiefly used, and there seems no doubt that here and in other parts of Asia the ancients had a secret of pronouncing music which intoxicated the brains of the worshippers and worked them up into a state akin to frenzy. The secret rests in the use of eighths and quarters of tone and has recently been rediscovered in Mexico. By its use, it is claimed that the musicians can arouse any sensations they choose in the human heart, a very dangerous power, and one which explains many of the wild and fantastic scenes we shall presently describe. Well, that's very bizarre. Flute. Secret rests in the use of eighths and quarters of tone. I'm gonna have to look at that and see, check the notes on the bands, see if they're eighths and quarters and tones. So is it like a stretch in the string? Wow, 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 wow. That's bizarre. This version of the story depicts Ishtar as the faithful, loving, and sorrowing mistress. There's another side to her character which we shall consider in a moment. Her attitude of affection and solicitude for the human race is also brought out in her lamentation when the great flood almost obliterated the human race, in which she says, quote, "Did I of myself bring forth my people that they might fill the sea like little fishes," end quote. That's bizarre. Little fishes. But there is another, a much grimmer and more, my back itches. More unpleasant side of Ishtar, which is set forth in the tablets which contain the epic of Gilgamesh. Therein she asks him to be her lover, and Gilgamesh, in words which might have been spoken in old Hebrew by an old Hebrew prophet, denounces her in no uncertain language. He starts by giving a list of the calamities and misfortunes which have befallen those who have been so unwise to become the lovers of the goddess. And interesting. And he says, "What lover didst thou love for long, which of thy shepherds flourish? I will describe the calamity which goeth with thee." He accuses her of having caused the death of Dumuzi, and adds that every creature who falls under her sway suffers mutilation or death, even the beasts or birds, and concluding with the words, "Dost thou love me, and wouldst thou treat me as thou didst them?" So remember that also Lilith is also Astarte is also Lilith, Lilitu, just like the fifth element. Lilitu. I think they're so smart with their stupid movies. All fucking just taken right from the scripts of ancient Babylon. Lilitu in the fifth element. When Ishtar heard this reply, she was filled with wrath, and ascending to heaven complained to Anu, her father, and to her mother that Gilgamesh had proclaimed aloud all her iniquitous deeds. Anu thereupon created a fire-breathing bull and sent him to devastate the fields around Erech. But Gilgamesh and his friend Enkidu went out against the bull and slew it. When the goddess learnt of the death of the bull, she came out on the battlements of the city of the cursed Gilgamesh for killing it. At which Enkidu tore off a portion of the bull's flesh from the right side and threw it to the goddess, saying, "Could I but fight with thee, I would serve thee as I have served him. I would entwine his entrails about thee." Then Ishtar gathered together all her temple women and harlots, and with them made lamentation over the portion of the bull which Enkidu had thrown at her. I mean, you all know what they ripped off the bull's propagating thing. It's the same as the bull. It's the same as the Isis searching for the Osiris's peace. How ironic. So Enkidu, but it says the right side though. That must be a mistranslation. The moon serve thee, twine the entrails of thee. Twine his entrails about thee. Then Ishtar gathered around her temple. What was the stomach and the zodiac symbolism? Hold on here. It shows it on the Mithra statue. It's got a where's an old one here? So I got the scorpion. It's gotta be one with the scorpion. So it's got the other hold on here. Scorpion. Okay, here it is. What is on the serpent? Well, the serpent. What is the stomach of the I forget what is attributed to the stomach of the god of the symbol of the universe. The Mithra only had the scorpion. Zodiac, man, here it is. Stomach. Virgo. So Virgo was the stomach. What does that mean? The scorpion. So the scorpion is Virgo. But Virgo and Scorpio are under. Wait, no, the Virgo is different. What? Well, that's weird. They got the symbol of Virgo. It looks just like Scorpio. I think that's relevant to the symbology of the. Okay. Cannot help thinking that the right side here, as in many other accounts, the similar incident is aphorism of the virile member? And if so, the significance of the incident is perfectly clear. The great mother, before she assumed the human form, was represented under the animal shapes, one of these being the queen bee, an emblem constantly associated with Astarte and her classical representative Artemis, the owl. In the case of Diana of Ephesus, the bee, even having on the coins of the city and the survival the attribute, even in speculative masonry, is proved by the constant use of the beehive of the 18th century certificates, tracing boards, and alike. At that late period of the presence, the beehive is described as an emblem of the hard work and industry which should characterize Masons. But this is a late explanation of the meaning of the symbol, whose original interpretation was very different. It is a pathological fact known to all keepers of bees that the unfortunate drone is killed as a result of the marriage flight, its male organ being torn out and left permanently in the queen. Thus, the bee's husband is automatically destroyed, and yet without such destruction, the queen would be unfertile and the community of bees dies out. Such a peculiar fact would certainly not have escaped the notice of observant savages, who also no doubt were aware that certain female spiders, after a similar incident, consume the male. The similarity of these incidents with what happened when the corn is planted would naturally strike the imagination of a primitive race, and that this was the cause of death of the lover of the great earth goddess is made abundantly clear by the legend of the manner in which Attis died, which we shall consider a little later. Thus the lover of the great mother dies, and from the fruits of their union comes forth a son, who again becomes the lover of the great earth mother, dies, and is the parent of another son who goes forth through the similar cycle. The corn is planted in the womb of the earth and dies, but from that dark place comes forth the young corn, which grows to maturity, is reaped, and again placed in the womb of the mother earth. We now perceive why it was that in a kindred rites with Sybil and Attis, her priests, in memory of Attis, mutilated themselves, sacrificing their virility that the Great Mother might be fertile. These ceremonies, which took place the Day of Blood, were repeated annually in Rome and the Vatican, which was the Great Mother's shrine. The Vatican, which was the great, well into the 3rd century A.D. Vatican. There is not the slightest doubt that the original cause of the death of Tammuz or Adonis, the same as that of Attis and the later legends, were invented at the period when men were becoming more fastidious. It's significant that one of the forms of Diana was a bear. The great shrine of Astarte at Afaka, the source of the river Adonis in Mount Lebanon, is a great rock sculptured in which we see figures of Adonis and Aphrodite or Astarte. The former is portrayed with a spear and the rest waiting to attack of a bear. The attack of a bear, whilst she is seated on the attitude of sorrow. To be noted that the animal is not a boar, whose appearance in the Greek form of the legend is undoubtedly very late, and the occult significance of the bas relief is that the unfortunate man is destroyed by the goddess in her animal form. This ancient and, to our mind, horrible idea has nevertheless been commemorated in Masonry by a certain peculiar incident in our ceremonies which persisted, not only among the operatives, but among the speculative Masons in Wales up to the last quarter of the 19th century, as we shall explain later, although it was robbed of any tragic or painful consequence. This apparently digression was essential to enable us to understand the true character of Astarte or Ishtar, the real cause of the death of her series of lovers, and the vehement denunciation back by the insulting conduct of Enkidu, whose attitude might be summed up in the words, "You wanted that from my friend Gilgamesh, so I have given you a substitute." The use of similar substitutes, which at a later date were offered to the Great Mother in the form of cakes made in the shape of the male member, to which we shall refer in the chapter dealing with the secret Adonis rites of Judah, indicates the amelioration of the ceremonies which were annually performed in her honor at the time of the weeping for Tammuz. Let's see here. I'm gonna grab a snack or something. I'm freaking starving. Okay, which one should I do here? Let's do this one.
It is a fact. It is a desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists around us today. Satanic ceremonies will be happening in Britain tonight. Very definitely.
I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Do you regard black magic as being purely fictitious, or is there some truth in it?
Some truth. 100% truth. There is nothing fictitious about black magic, in any way whatever. It is a fact. It is a fact which has existed for several thousand years. I mean, when we talk about black magic, we are talking about Satanism, necromancy, alchemy, witchcraft, the worship of Satan, the worship of dark forces, whether it's voodoo, juju, whether it's something practiced in the Western world or the Eastern world, whether it's easily defined or not easily defined, the order of the left-hand path, the following of this, the following of that. It is basically the worship of the force of evil as embodied by Satan, Lucifer, the princes of darkness and their legions and so on. In a very simple sense, of course, it goes much more deeply than that. It is a fact. It is a desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists around us today. Satanic ceremonies will be happening in Britain tonight. Very definitely. Ask any priest, ask any member of the forces of law and order, and they will tell you that Satanism as such, it's there, and it has been for thousands of years. Man has worshipped the devil longer than he has worshipped perhaps an established religious figure.
Do you think you're in any danger in mimicking it in front of the camera?
No, that's an interesting question, because I must admit that it did enter our minds when we were performing some of these ceremonies. You see, I am playing, as I told you, a priest. The various ceremonies that are carried out by the priest, in this case myself, and the members of his group or coven, are blasphemous ceremonies, totally blasphemous and totally profane. They have to be. That is to say, they must be profane and blasphemous to be effective. This is part of the ritual and part of the belief of these people, that in order to make any kind of ceremony totally effective, it must be the exact diametrical opposite of the real ceremony. That is to say, if you make the sign of the cross, you do it like that, upside down. If you are going to carry out a satanic ceremony, whether it's a baptism or a particular group of people doing something like trying to raise an elemental or trying to create the perfect situation for an evil spirit or trying to produce evil vibrations and so on, they plug in, so to speak, to the force of evil like plugging in on a switchboard with a telephone. In order for this to be effective, it must be carried out, as I've already said, by a consecrated person, i.e. a priest, and it must also be carried out on consecrated ground. Now, in this film, I, as a priest, am carrying out these ceremonies, like baptism, in the name of the Dark Lord, in a real church. Now, obviously, I'm an actor. At least I hope people think I am. And I am therefore an actor playing a part. So are the other people in front of the camera who are taking part in the ceremony with me. We are all acting. I asked the parents of the baby, the real baby that I baptized in this real church in a blasphemous way, if they objected, if it worried them, this 5-week-old baby. And the parents, who were very young, said, no, it doesn't worry us. We are Catholics. Our child will be baptized by a Catholic priest. We will tell him about this, but it doesn't worry us. And the father gave the most sensible reason for this. He said, it's only a film. And if you can think of it in that way, fine. I have a rather vivid imagination, and some of the people who were working with me in this sequence were also discussing this. And we felt a little uneasy. You know, you are saying terrible things, and you are saying it on consecrated ground. But then the other side of it takes over, the logical side, and says, look, we're only actors doing this, you know. We're not doing it for real. We were sort of looking at the roof to see if there was any sign of it falling in on top of us, but nothing happened. I think we were far more worried about dropping the baby, to be quite honest. While we're on that subject, it might be interesting to say, amusing to mention, that the baby certainly got its own back on me. When it came to the actual baptism of the child, I have already told you that the parents didn't object, because I was making the sign of the cross on the child's forehead in supposedly blood, upside down, and baptizing the child into the service of the Dark Lord. And the child, obviously, was getting a bit bored and a bit cold, and didn't like being taken away from his parents and held in my arms and then held in somebody else's arms. And it was making a lot of noise. And I started to speak very quietly, and there was complete and total silence, which impressed everybody, and I myself thought, well, you know, it's listening. It was staring at me, rigid concentration. And I suddenly realized why there was this total silence and this rigid concentration. The child was retaliating in the way in which it knew best, all over me, and all over the lady who was holding the child. Well, all I can say is it speaks volumes for our self-control that none of us broke up, because, of course, it was extremely funny.
Why has there been a resurgence of interest in the subject?
I honestly don't know. I've been asked this question all over the world. I've talked to people who are serious professional students of the occult. I talked to a man who wrote a whole book about the occult in America called The Occult Explosion. I think it's a form of escapism. It's the fact that in this day and age we do live in a somewhat disagreeable world in many respects that I don't have to even talk about. Everybody knows this is a fact. And people are constantly seeking for a way out, whether it's to gratify their own desires or whether it's to find a way out of their own loneliness, or whether it is looking for power or physical indulgence or whatever you like to call it. I think it's always this question of people looking for a road out, an exit, an escape, some form of safety valve which will help them to blow off steam. They don't realize how dangerous it is to get involved in this respect, because inevitably they start at a lower level, and then they get absolutely under the control of the bosses, because the bosses exist. They have the same ranks in the Church of Evil as they have in the good church. They do. They have ranks in the hierarchy of the priesthood, just as you have bishops and deacons and archbishops and cardinals and so on. You have various ranks and grades, like Magister Templi, the master of the temple, Ipsissimus, the sort of #1 top man. And this is not just occult writing for the sake of writing. This is a fact, and people really believe in this. As a matter of fact, there is a church in Los Angeles called the Church of Satan, which is run by a man called Anton Sandor LaVey, who has written 2 books. I'm not sure that he intended to be taken too seriously, otherwise, obviously, if it was true and complete Satanism, it wouldn't be permitted. But he sent me a copy of 2 of his books, because he'd seen a picture I'd done with Sammy Davis Jr., in which I'd played the devil, a very sort of modern, up-to-date devil, Lucifer. The thing was called Poor Devil. The film was called Poor Devil. It was very amusing. It was a comedy. And he sent me a copy of one of these books, which was headed Regi Satanas, which means Satan is king, more or less. And he wrote underneath, to Christopher Lee, a fine actor and a perfect devil. And from Sandor LaVey, well, I took that as a compliment. I don't think that's intended to be taken too seriously. That is all out in the open. But the real thing is something which I wouldn't be prepared to discuss. I have never attended a ceremony of this kind. I would not even begin to discuss what actually takes place during a Black Mass, because it is so appallingly blasphemous and so repulsive and so unbelievably foul not just a question of hundreds of years of ritual, but what actually happens, what people actually do, and what is done to the host, and what is done to the cup, and so on. Something I wouldn't be prepared to discuss in public. Enough people have written about it. Joris Karl Huysmans wrote about it. Dennis Wheatley has too, of course.
How did you come to play the part of Scaramanga in the James Bond film The Man with the Golden Gun?
Can I, just before we get into that, just make a point that, by the way, that what I've been discussing and what I've been telling you about all these terrible things, it does not come from inside knowledge by any manner of means. I don't, as I said, have a private line of any kind which feeds me this sort of information. I know no more about it than anybody else who can read about it in the book.
I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Okay. I was just making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, scarfing it down. Okay. Well, thank you. Save the West Aussie 40K. Thank you. Yeah. So the whole Satanist thing, it's kind of off topic, but I needed to make a sandwich and use the bathroom and stuff. So the well, I don't know how much longer I want to read here. What time is it? Well, I mean, I guess I could read a little bit more here. Yeah, let me check my Twitter real quick, see if anybody responded. Let's see. I don't think anybody's up late anymore here. At least it's like 3 o'clock. Yeah, nobody's probably awake. Yeah, hopefully Harry's doing okay. Let's see. Send a link out in case he's hanging out. Okay, so give us some. Okay, so blah, blah, you wanted that for my friend Gilgamesh, so I've given you a substitute. The use of the similar substitutes, which at a later date was often in the shape of cakes. I already read that part. We get a still earlier representation of the Great Mother in her animal form in the Babylonian legends of creation. Here she is called Tiamat, the womb of the abyss. To the populace, she was represented as a foul and abominable. She was nevertheless the mother of everything and was possessor of the Tablet of Destinies. That was number 2. Page 13, British. Oh, that was a different book. Where was that? Tablet of Destinies. This monster apparently represented the attempt of the gods to bring order out of chaos. In the result was a struggle between gods of light and the semi-animal creatures of the pit. One human-shaped being, however, was on her side, namely one named Kingu, whom she called her husband. Tiamat appointed him to be her leader, and fastened on his breast the tablet of destinies, saying, "Whatsoever goeth forth from thy mouth shall be established." The high gods in heaven were in panic. They could find no one valiant enough to overthrow Kingu, whose power had thus been established by Tiamat. But Marduk, who is the form of the sun god, or Marduk's the dragon, came forward as the champion of the high gods and agreed to do battle provided they acknowledged his supremacy. Marduk approached and looked into the middle or inside of the womb of Tiamat and divined a plan of Kingu, who had taken his place therein. Tiamat's nothingness, obviously. Nothing, something. And an important note, the author of the British Museum pamphlet on the Babylonian legends of the creation says, quote, "The Egyptians distinguished a portion of the heavens by the name Kat Nut, i.e. the belly of Nut. Two drawings of it are extant. He attaches there 2 copies of these drawings, from which it is perfectly clear that the portion of the anatomy referred to is the womb, and the second example, a god or human being is depicted in it in a prenatal position. The same authority states that Kingu is Tammuz." We also learn from this text that Tiamat had a previous husband, Apsu, who was slain by one of the older gods, Ea. We thus see that Kingu reproduces the essential features of the later Tammuz. The significance of his taking refuge in the womb of Tiamat becomes clear at once. Marduk defeated Kingu and slew Tiamat with a spear, which later emblem throughout all the transmutations of the Adonis theme played its important part. It lingers right down to the days of the Holy Grail legends of the medieval Europe, and it was with this weapon that in certain primitive areas, even the classical period, human representatives of Adonis were slain. Must be carefully borne in mind, for again and again it will turn up associated in some way with Adonis. Having slain Tiamat, he formed out of her heaven and earth. And after creating a new race of animals, man-made in the likeness of the gods, in order to endow them with a spark of divine nature, he beheaded Kingu and created man out of the blood of the god mixed with earth. The actual words he used are significant, for he said he would create man out of blood and bone, dami asimtum. The similarity of the word to damu or damuzi is most significant. And in the words, Ea, let one brother God be given, let him suffer destruction that men may be fashioned, summarizes the full import, not only of this one incident, but of the age-long story of the sacrifice of man for the sake of man. In this primitive, very early Babylonian record, we obtain the first, most primitive concept of the Great Mother, the prototype of the monster who is, in so many initiation rites, is supposed to swallow the initiate and then bring him forth reborn to a new life. To this day, in the forests of New Guinea, the initiates are swallowed up by a great monster, really a house built in that shape. They spend some time in the belly of this mythical dragon and are restored to life as men. As we shall see later in the legend of Jonah and the great fish, a similar ceremony was still carried in Judea in the 8th century BC. In the course of time, the Babylonian religion developed gradually towards monotheism, although it never actually reached that stage. We find, however, in the later writings a growing tendency to claim that all gods are but forms of the one true God, Marduk. We also notice that the number of gods is gradually reduced, in particular that Ishtar absorbed into herself the attributes of the whole host of lesser goddesses, especially those of the great mother goddess. Another important development is the grouping of gods into triads, Ishtar being associated with Sin, the moon god, and Shamash, the sun god. It's therefore not surprising to find that she and Tammuz tend to take on the attributes of the sun and moon, although she never entirely loses her original aspect of fertility goddess. Strictly, she was the goddess of the star Venus, both as the morning star when it rises in the east and the evening star, a fact which explains certain incidents associated with the morning star in the east in the later rituals. It was at Antioch that the crowd raised their eyes to that bright morning star whose rising brings peace and salvation to the faithful and obedient of the human race. My cigarette went out. The two seals of about 2500 BC, now in the British Museum, and illustrated the Babylonian legends, reproduced by a kind of permission of the trustees of the British Museum. This book are depicted two scenes which, although officially described as Shamash, the sun god, rising and setting, are more probably a representation of the descent of Deme-Uzi into the underworld and his subsequent coming forth by day. The first, the god is seen sinking into the underworld amidst the seems to be pine cones, one of his emblems, out of which grave springs up a young tree. Over the dying god stands the goddess, who is dropping into the open grave an ear of corn, for so the museum authorities describe it. But to my mind, it is much more like a pomegranate, a well-known emblem of fertility and plenty. In either case, she has clearly planted the seed. The tenant god is releasing an eagle, which among many Syrian nations was released as an emblematic burning of the god to signify the ascent of his soul into heaven. So remember the word Hiru in Egyptian means eagle or hawk. Hiru Salom, the hawk of heaven, the hawk of peace. Nearby are Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Nearby stands a god holding a bow in his hand. One of the best known emblems, the Great Mother, behind whom is the lion, another of her emblems, one under which she is constantly worshipped in Asia Minor. Opposite the lion is the bull, another regular emblem of the fertility goddess, and one which, as we've seen in the account of Gilgamesh, was peculiarly associated with Ishtar. On the other seal, which is the same date, depicts Dumuzi rising from the underworld. Two attendant gods are supporting two pillars or possibly doors, which are surmounted by lions. In either case, pillars or doors are no doubt represent the gates of the underworld being withdrawn. The lines of fire suggest the funeral pyre of the god to which we have already referred, while the pointed stars are recognized emblem of Ishtar, or the bear constellation, I think. The fact that there are two of them reminds us that she was a goddess of Venus, both as an evening and morning star. It was when Venus rose in the east, i.e., the morning star, that the time of the proclamation of the resurrection of Tammuz had arrived. It may interest some of our readers to know that the symbol of the god Nabu was the Mason square, which the Babylonia consisted of a right-angled triangle. The picture of it will be found on page 25, Register 3, the Babylonian Legends of the Creation. Excuse me. Before leaving the Babylonian accounts of Ishtar and Tammuz, it seems desirable to say something about Enkidu, the great friend of Gilgamesh. He was a mysterious being, not born like ordinary man, but especially made by one of the goddesses. He clothed himself in leaves and lived in the forest, where he established a sort of rulership over the wild beasts. When the hunters came out to trap them, Enkidu broke their traps and prevented them capturing the wild animals. These men appealed to Gilgamesh, king of Erech, who sent out the temple prostitute who acted somewhat the part of Delilah. In the end, she lured Enkidu away from the forest to the haunts of men in Erech. It is clear from the above that Enkidu represents the untrammeled spirit of wildlife. The temple prostitute is one of the women dedicated to Ishtar, and to some extent at any rate represents her. After the insult which Enkidu cast at Ishtar, the goddess brought about his death, but exactly how we do not know. It is after he has thus lost his friend that Gilgamesh sets out on the great journey in the quest for the secret eternal life. This journey, as I have shown in Volume 2 of the Hung Society, which is the Chinese Freemasonry, is really an allegory of the journey of the soul through the underworld, and we cannot help suspecting that Gilgamesh is the other self of Enkidu. The similarity between the fate of Enkidu and Persephone was on the one hand, and the journey of the series and Gilgamesh on the other is too exact to be accidental. It almost seems as if the story we have an attempt to reform the old legend of Tammuz and Ishtar, in which the goddess appears in a very unpleasant light. It must not be forgotten that Ishtar, like all the great fertility goddesses, has a series of lovers who each in turn come to a tragic end, although in reality each is a reincarnation of the previous one. And before we have finished with our theme, we shall find that there is, as it were, a link which connects the old lover with the new and transfers the soul of the dying god and his successor. That link is nearly always a sprig of acacia or some similar tree which grows from the grave of the dead god, and into which his soul temporarily passes before it once more becomes incarnate in human form. Even in the story of Gilgamesh, this magical plant which secured to its happy professor eternal life appears. In order to obtain it, Gilgamesh dived to the bottom of the sea and ascended with it back to the boat from whence he had came. The name of this plant, the old man becometh young. The Gilgamesh declared that he would eat of it in order to recover his lost youth. Unfortunately, however, a serpent stole the plant and thus deprived Gilgamesh of eternal life, just as the serpent similarly caused the loss of immortality to Adam and Eve. 12th and closing tablet of the epic is sad reading. In desperation, Gilgamesh invoked the spirit of Enkidu from the underworld, and the ghost appeared and described conditions therein, from which we gather that the underworld was a sad and dreary place. We thus see that the lamentations of Ishtar, even according to the Babylonians, were crocodile tears, and that the death of her lover was the natural inevitable result of mating with her, which fact explains some of the cruel and unpleasant features which disfigure the worship of the Great Mother in Syria and Asia Minor. We perceive that the simile of the queen bee who destroys the drone by emasculating it exactly describes the early conception of the fertility goddess. As a symbol of the processes of nature, this analogy is perfectly correct, for Damuzi represents the corn which, by being planted in the womb of Mother Earth, dies, but thereby a plenteous harvest is produced, and through the sacrifice of the corn spirit, mankind is saved. Children of Mother Earth, thus begotten, i.e., ears of corn, become her lovers year by year, and suffer the same fate by being planted in the earth again. Since savage men believe they could assist the forces of nature by simulating her actions in dramatic guise, we must not be surprised if we find that real living human beings enacted the part of the unfortunate Damuzi and, like him, died on the supposition that thereby a plenteous harvest would result. From this savage magical rite evolved in the course of time a high mystery drama, which taught the death and resurrection and immortal life beyond the grave, and this is the reason why the hero is always called the widow's son. The later Babylonians had a mystery drama of these events, which is of considerable importance to us in this inquiry. Mr. Sidney Smith bases his account of this ceremony on the important Babylonian text published by Dr. Ebeling and Professor Zimmern, and from these comes the conclusion that Assur and Marduk are practically the same god, and that Assur may be the origin of Osiris, with whose name Assur is connected. Certain texts from Nineveh and Assur describe cult ceremonies performed in the New Year festival. The part of Marduk was played by the king, that of Nabu was enacted by the high priest, and the rest of the worshippers also took part in the dramatic ritual and death resurrection. Ceremonies covered 12 days, just as did the connected with the Lord of Mizrael and the Yule tide in England. The number, and no doubt, refers to the signs of the zodiac and the months of the year. The opening days were taken up by the drama of the creation, and then the god Zeus stole from Marduk the tablet of destiny, whose possession was essential to the god who would rule the universe. It was a kind of palladium, and its form immediately suggests a word of power and its loss, the lost word. This loss led to the downfall of Marduk, who was buried in the mountain which represents the underworld. A message was sent out asking for someone to bring Marduk out. Nabu came from the Borsippa to save his father, a goddess. Almost certainly Beltis, spouse of Marduk, appealed to sin and Shamash to bring Bel to life. Then went to the gate of the grave seeking him, where he was guarded by 2 watchmen in a prison. Without sun or light, the goddess descended to the grave to save him. That's the Isis, Sakara, Osiris. While Marduk was thus imprisoned, apparently the actual evildoer, confusion fell upon Babylon. Further details of the ritual are not easy to work into a story, but it is clear that Nabu and Beltis were both active in their endeavors to aid Marduk. Finally, Anshar sent Anurta out to capture Zu, and he captured him. And then the gods bored through the door of the prison and brought Marduk out. It should be noted that the colophon of the tablets shows that it was intended for the eyes of those initiated into these religious mysteries. In connection with this story, it should be remembered that Nabu is the Mason god and had his emblem the square. Mr. Smith points out that the numerous points of the similarity between this myth and that of Osiris. Beltis is Isis, Anurta and Zu are Horus and Set, while Nabu is similar to Thoth. In Assyria, Ashur was the hero of the fight with Tiamat, as Marduk was in Babylon. There is little doubt that Marduk is but the Babylonian name for Ashur. It is significant that Marduk is also called Asarai. In bas reliefs, Ashur is always closely associated with a tree over which a winged disc hovers. The tree seems to be similar to that Tat pillar of Egypt, and the disc to the similar disc of Bogaz Keu. Mr. Smith considers that the tree is a cedar, whose connection with Tammuz is one of the best established facts that we have concerning that deity. The original dying god of Babylon was Tammuz, and it would therefore seem as if in the course of their policy of exalted Marduk, the god of their city, the Babylonian priests identified Tammuz with him. It's clear that there, as in Judea, the priests were tending to replace polytheism by monotheism. The process was only half completed when there's the stele, the descent of Tiamat. Persians captured the city and cut short the interesting religious development, but the tendency is unmistakable. It took the form of identifying the various gods of the pantheon in turn with Marduk. And though probably this was a more or less secret cult of the priest, it is nonetheless significant. So also is the fact that the king himself had to enact the part of the dying god, for it shows that, like the kings of Syria, he too was divine king. the repository of the spirit of the vegetation god, which god was later identified with the god of light, a process which occurred elsewhere. In the substitution of dramatic representation of death for the grim reality, we have an example of the process which has taken place in many cults, perhaps Masonry itself. For all the Babylonians also had an actual annual slaying of the substitute king, we shall see later. Astartai and Adonis in Cyprus. Legend of Adonis is best known to us from the Greek version, the word Adonis being merely a Hellenized form of his title Adonai. The Greeks, a refined civilized race, undoubtedly modified both the legend and rites connected therewith, omitting many of the more repulsive features. According to the Greeks, Aphrodite loved child Adonis as an infant and hid him in a chest which she placed in charge of Persephone, queen of the underworld. But as soon as Persephone saw the lovely babe, she refused to restore it to Aphrodite. Although the goddess descended into the underworld itself in a desperate effort to recover the child, at length Zeus intervened and decided that Adonis must remain with Aphrodite for half the year, but during the rest of it he must dwell with Persephone. At last Adonis was slain, either by a boar or, according to other accounts, by Ares, the god of war, who disguised himself as a wild boar in order to encompass the death of his rival and Aphrodite's affections. There exists an interesting representation of the contest between Aphrodite and Persephone in the Etruscan mirror, wherein we see the two goddesses on either side of Zeus, who is sternly admonishing Persephone. Aphrodite, in bitter grief, buries her face in her mantle, while her opponent holds a branch in one hand and with the other points at a closed chest, which probably contains the infant Adonis. The confiding of the infant Adonis to Persephone no doubt symbolizes the planting of the seed in autumn. The period spent with Aphrodite represents spring and early summer when the corn is growing, while the actual death represents the harvesting of the grain, in which time the great lamentation took place. In this connection, readers should not note that the curious legend I have quoted on page 180, Haram descended into the fiery underworld, reascended to earth, completed his work, and then was slain. The branch in the hand of Persephone represents the plant into which the soul of the vegetation god has been transferred. It brings to mind the branch mentioned in Ezekiel 8:17 and also the sprig of acacia. Ezekiel 8:17. Let me look that up real quick. Oh, fuck. 1 second. Ezekiel. Okay. God asked the prophet Ezekiel, the sins of the people of Judah are a light matter. The passage condemns Judah for committing. What is the fucking actual passage here? Then he said unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence and have returned to provoke me to anger, and lo, they put the branch to their nose. Interesting. Put the branch to their nose. Therefore I will deal with them in anger. I will look pity and spare them, although you shall not hear them. Wait, let's go to the inner court of the house of the Lord, the entrance of the temple between the portico and the altar, about 25 men on their backs toward the temple of the Lord, the face of the east, were boring down to the sun in the east. People of Judah, wait. He said to me, have you seen this, son of man? Talking about them bowing to the east, it is a trivial matter for the people of Judah to do the detestable things they're doing here. Must they also fill the land with violence and continuing to rouse my anger? Look at them pulling the branch to their nose. So in the Bible, God's saying that he's against the branch. So the primitive and against the praying to the east. So that's interesting. And also the sprig of acacia, the fact that there were two descents to the underworld, at seed time and at harvest. No doubt explains a problem which puzzled many scholars, for whereas in some places the lamentation of Tammuz seems to have been in late spring or early summer, in others appears to have occurred in autumn. Palestine, the barley harvest was in March, April, and the wheat harvest in May, June. A festival of lamentation during any part of the period would represent the slaying of the adult god. A similar festival in autumn or early winter would represent the depositing the infant god in the hands of the goddess of the underworld, thereby symbolizing planting of the seed. Further, although the fact is not made clear in the Greek legend, originally Tammuz was the son as well as the mate of the Great Mother. For the corn is brought forth by her, is planted next season in her womb, and perishes in order that she may bear more corn. In Syria, the greatest center of Adonai cult was Byblos, whose Semitic name was Gabal. It was situated in the sea coast, but there were also several other important shrines to which we shall refer in due course. Byblos was said to have been founded by El, name also used by the Jews for God. And a great sanctuary of Astarte is described by Lucian, who tells us that a great cone representing Astarte rose in the midst of a fine courtyard, which was surrounded by cloisters. The river which ran close by was called Adonis, and descended thence from its source near the other great shrine on Mount Lebanon, namely Afaka. This was the kingdom of the semi-mythical Cinyras. Was the close and up to the close of its existence, it was ruled by kings who may have been assisted by a kind of senate. It was from the name of the town Gebel that the words Giblum and Giblites originated. Giblum, stonemasons. The names of the kings, e.g., Adam, Melech, and Yahir Baal, seem to indicate that they claim to be a divine descent. A custom almost universal among the Semitic races throughout the whole of this area. We certainly know that the kings of the neighboring city of Tyre claimed to be offsprings of Baal and gods even during their life on earth. One of these kings of Tyre called himself Abi Malek, which means father of the king or father of Moloch, and is a title which implies that its bearer was the father of God. From this, we see the title of Harim Abith, i.e., father of the exaltation of life, etc., becomes perfectly intelligible. If one Tyrian king called himself the father of Moloch, why should not another call himself the father of the exaltation of life, or use the even more significant title of the father of him who destroys, a title peculiar suitable to Moloch, to whom victims were burnt alive? Fraser points out that was a regular Semitic custom to call a man the father of so-and-so, and that so-and-so was a king, for the king was considered a god king. Similar custom prevailed in Egypt, where the kings were literally worshipped as divine. There, the wife of the king was called the wife of God, or the mother of God, and as the case may be, and the title father of God was borne not only by the king's real father, but also by his father-in-law. Names such as Abi Baal, father of Baal, Abi Jah, father of Jehovah, implies that man was, in some strange way, father of God. Such a custom becomes intelligible only when we realize that the God was supposed to transfer his divine soul from the generation of kings to the next. It seems, moreover, that as if a king at the birth of his heir was supposed to automatically to lose his divine soul, which henceforth dwelt in his son. In some places, a man regularly assumed the name of his son, and so the divine king in later life might often be called father of so and so. In this Semitic custom, we have the explanation for the curious fact that Adoniram's father Abda called himself the father of the beloved being the title of Adonis, thereby incidentally implies that Adoniram, the man, had within him the divine soul of Adonis. In like manner, the Phoenician architect similarly called himself the father of him that destroys. The title "He that Destroys" was that by which Hiram, the reigning king of Tyre, was known. This fact suggests that he likewise passed on to his son the divine soul of God, namely that God whom the Tyrian kings claimed to be. Josephus informs us that the father of King Hiram was called Abi Bal, which means, of course, the father of God, and implies that he, at any rate, survived the period at which his son became the recipient of the divine soul. It would thus appear as if Abi Bal or and Hiram Abiv were the same persons. Certainly, their titles imply precisely the same thing and connect with the same king of Tyre, Hiram. If then it was originally the custom for the king of Tyre, like other divine kings, to be sacrificed when his body grew old, in order that the divine soul might pass into another and younger body, we can easily understand that in the course of years such a sacrifice might be mitigated. When the king grew old, he would abdicate and would possibly pretend to die, and his son would thereupon inherit the divine soul, and with it the kingdom. Henceforth, the older man would have lost his former divine title and assumed that of Father of God, or Father of him that destroys. My readers post definitely realize one important fact. During this period and long after it, Syria literally swarmed with the priest kings who were believed to be the incarnations of their god. We have occasion to refer to several of these later. There is one feature common to practically all of them. The man who assumed the doubtful privilege of representing the incarnate God and being his priest king lost his personal name, and in its place took the name of the title of God. For example, the high priest of Sybil is called Addis and also Papa, meaning father. The latter being a title of Addis, Pope, Caesar, Pope, Papa, Pope. Although, however, the old savage custom of killing the king as soon as he grew old may, by the time of Solomon, have been mitigated, as we have indicated, yet at times of emergency and occasions of great solemnity, we find the nations constantly hark back to their savage and original customs. At such a moment, the royal victim would be required, sometimes, no doubt, the royal son or cousin might serve. If the old king was still alive, he would be most obvious sacrifice. According to popular beliefs, he ought to have died when his son ascended to the throne. He had lived for several years beyond his allotted span. Therefore, he was the man to represent the real king and die in his place. Perhaps the completion of the great temple at Jerusalem was regarded by the less civilized Phoenician workmen as just such an occasion as required that the old king should die, and with his blood consecrate the temple. Reverting to the kings of Byblos and Tyre, we find that some, at any rate, were not only kings but also priests of Astarte. We learn in the same passage that the father of Hiram called himself Ababalus or Abibalus, which means father of Baal, and that there was a line of priest kings of Astarte who included one called Pygmalion. I got bit by a mosquito or something. The name whose significance will become clear when we turn to Cyprus. According to Josephus, it was the sister of Pygmalion or Dido who built Carthage. From the above, we see that the kings of Tyre were priest kings, and that King Hiram himself, the father who used the title of father of God of all, that the man appears to correspond with Hiram Biff. These circumstances, it seems desirable to decide exactly who the Baal of Tyre was. He was Markarth or Moloch, whom the Greeks identified with Hercules. And this fact is borne out by Josephus, who tells us that King Hiram built and consecrated the temples of Hercules and Astarte. He also tells us that Baal was the god of the Phoenicians. Phoenicians, however, usually called him Melkarth, which means the divine king, while the alternative title Baal merely means god. This Phoenician Baal was a god of fertility, more especially that of corn and wine, although he also had under his protection the animals. Indeed, these are the characteristics of the chief god of all the non-Jewish Semites, while the Greek Hercules was merely this male Semitic deity imported into Greece and Hellenized. We shall learn a good deal about him from their literature. When it comes to the chapter The Dying God in Asia Minor, Robertson Smith admirably summarizes the tributes of this great Semitic deity in the words, "The Baal was conceived as the male principle of reproduction, the husband of the land he fertilized." Fraser considers that these Semitic kings personated their god and had to marry the goddess of the earth, Astarte. In short, we may say that Baal and Tammuz were really the same deity, although perhaps viewed from a slightly different angle. The last king of Byblos was called Cinyras. He was slain by Pompey and the founder of the line, also Cinyras, reputed father of Adonis, who is said to have built a shrine in Mount Lebanon, which was almost certainly Afaka, now a small village called Afka. The whole district was sacred to Adonis, and at Gana nearby is depicted the following sculpture. Astarte is seated in the position of utter grief, while Adonis, with the spear in hand, awaits the attack of a bear, not, be it noted, a boar. As the goddess herself was originally a bear goddess, we see that Adonis was really destroyed by Astarte in her primitive and bestial form, despite the crocodile tears she sheds. The significant fact, however, is that every year Adonis was supposed to be slain. The river ran red with his blood, and the scarlet anemones sprang from his freshly shed blood amid the cedars of Lebanon. The scarlet horror. This period of time, Lucian tells us, the Syrian maidens wept for Adonis slain. Thus, we see that the worship of Tammuz was not only inseparably interwoven with the lives of the people of Palestine, but the very king who helped Solomon to build his temple was himself a representative and descendant of the dying God, not merely a devoted worshiper of him or of his divine mistress, but in the same strange way an earthly incarnation of God, of a God who every year was slain in order that the earth might be fertilized. At Hierapolis, the modern Membige, Lucian further informs us that there were two large phalli, 30 fathoms height, which stood at the door of the temple of Astarte, and that twice every year a man, probably one of the castrated Galli or priest, climbed the summit from the inside where he was supposed to hold converse with the gods to ensure the prosperity and fertility of the land. In reality, he dramatically represented the process of fertilization which produces the new priest king. Here then we see not only the true nature of the two pillars in the porch of King Solomon's temple, but also the reason why they were made hollow. This explanation that this was to enable them to serve as archives was no doubt invented after the original object had been forgotten. Let us now pass to Cyprus, which, colonized by Phoenicians, was the other great center of worship of Adonis and Astarte, from whence these rites spread to Greece. There were several shrines to Adonis in Cyprus, as, for example, to amethyst, where the rites of Adonis were so similar to those of Osiris that some of the ancients considered he was Osiris. The most famous shrine, however, was at Paphos, the modern Kuklia, and we can form a very good idea of its appearance from the coins of the time of the Caesars, and also from the certain votive gold models found in the tombs of Mycenae, which must be some 1200 years earlier than the coins, and show that but little change had taken place in the general plan and design in all the centuries which had elapsed between the period the beginning of the Christian era. As the date of those models is some 200 years earlier than the traditional date of the building of King Solomon's temple, the work is undoubtedly Phoenician. Details of the shrine at Paphos may explain certain peculiar features of the temple of Jerusalem built by a Phoenician workman. On coins and models alike, we find a facade on top of which are two doves. The facade is divided into three great parts, or chapels, the central part having a tall superstructure. The central part contains a cone on either side of which is a lofty pillar, each terminating in a pair of ball-topped pinnacles. They star and crescent appearing between the tops of the columns. In each of the side chapels, a similar pillar appears. Perched in various parts of the building are doves, well-known emblem of Astarte. The cone symbolizes the goddess herself and is perhaps a crude representation of the female symbol, just as the pillars represent the phallus. Their duplication may be merely for the purpose of symmetry, but this is unlikely. It is more probable that they symbolize the dying god as the father and as the son, for it must be remembered that Tammuz, who died when he mated with the goddess, was reborn as her son, destined in due course to suffer the same fate as his father, who was indeed himself. Such phalli flanking pagodas are still found in Buddhist countries, particularly in Burma and Siam. Bangkok, there is a phallus of enormous height, which each year is repainted. The lower part is some dark color, such as brown, and the top red. It's the result of the unpleasant. Two great pillars of redwood set up outside the gates of the Burmese exhibit in Wembley in 1924 were, of course, also phalli, though in Burma this fact seems to have been forgotten. If we now compare this shrine with the account of Solomon's temple, we shall recognize several important features therein. The dome, to which reference is made in a certain Masonic tradition, corresponds with the cone and superstructure of Paphos. Two pillars with their globes also become intelligible, and even the ornate chapters with their detailed carving conveying the idea of fertility are nothing more than the remains of Prepus. The rest is artistically disguised. What the fuck? Three parts of the building correspond with the general design of the eastern facade of the temple, and though we have no mention of the dove, we know that up to the time of the Romans, doves were on sale in the temple for the purpose of burnt offerings. There seems, therefore, no doubt that in its main outline, King Solomon's temple corresponds with the temples of Astarte. There is one fact whose significance we must not overlook. There is no mention in the Bible of the globes. No doubt, in reality, these were domes, not true globes. The fact that they were indicated a phallic significance was not overlooked by the Hebrew revisers who deleted all reference to them. Nevertheless, the Masonic tradition has retained them. Therein is undoubtedly correct. The fact is but one of the many small pieces of evidence which shows that the Masonic tradition has come down from the time previous to the revision of the Bible, that the Hebrew champions monotheism, and thus indicates the genuine antiquity of the Masonic ceremonies. The evidence in support of the view that the cone is an emblem of the Great Mother is abundant. It was under this symbol that she was worshipped at Byblos, at Perga, and Pamphylia, and Malta, and Phoenician settlement, and Sinai, the sacred stone of Sibyl, which was brought by the Romans to the Eternal City during the Second Punic War, when they established the savage rites of the Great Mother at the Vatican. It was a small, black, jagged piece of rock which formed the face of the statue, but it is not certain whether it is conical shape or not. It was, however, black, not white. And in this connection, we should remember that Song of Solomon, the female lover who undoubtedly represents Astarte, says, "I am black, but comely." Probably the black stone of the Kaaba at Mecca originally represented the same goddess. At Paphos, it was customary to anoint this cone, and as showing old custom survives long after the religion which begot them has apparently been replaced by another. It is interesting to know that this custom is still maintained at Paphos today. D.G. Hogarth tells us that in honor of the Maid of Bethlehem, peasants of Kuklia or Paphos anointed lately, and probably still anoint each year, the great cornerstones of the ruined temple of the Paphian goddess. As Aphrodite or Astarte was supplicated once with cryptic rites, so is Mary entreated still by Muslims, as well as the Christians, with incantations and passings through perforated stones, to remove the curse of barrenness from Cypriot women or increase the manhood of Cypriot men. Passing through a hole in a stone or tree is found as a rite of rebirth all over the world. Such rites are often resorted to in the hope that as a result, their blight of disease, especially of barrenness, will be removed. This old ceremony of anointing the stone still survives today. May not the other rites of Adonis have likewise survived? Indeed, so strong is the hold the ancient goddess has on the Cypriot peasantry that they still use her name and worship the Virgin Mary under the title of Panagia Aphroditesa. Aphroditesa, or Aphrodite. So much for the great shrine at Paphos, but what of the kings of that city? According to the legend of Syrian named Sandicus, went to Cilicia and married the daughter of the king of that country, in time becoming king. Now Sandicus is clearly the name of Sandan, a northern Syrian god who corresponds very closely to Melkarth of Tyre, and therefore to one aspect of Adonis. This Sandicus had a son, Cineras, who went to Cyprus and married the daughter of Pygmalion, the king of that country. He then founded Paphos and became the father of Adonis. We already mentioned that Sandicus had the same name as Sandan, a variation of Melkarth, who, like that god, was burned. So we will now turn to consider Sinras. His name is identical with the mythical founder of Byblos, who, like the Cypriot namesake, was the father of Adonis. In short, all three were in turn the human embodiments of Tammuz. But Pygmalion, the father of the wife of Sinras, and therefore grandfather of Adonis, was himself the human incarnation of Tammuz. This Pygmalion, we are told, fell in love with the statue of Aphrodite and took her to bed. Ovid later, when relating the story, changed the king into a sculpture, the image into a statue of a beautiful woman. But the above was the original version of the story and indicates that the Phoenician king had to go through a ceremony of marrying a statue of Astarte to symbolize his marriage to the goddess. A somewhat similar custom still prevails in India, except that it is a girl who marries the statue of a god and henceforth is a temple prostitute. That's bizarre. Now, Sinras is said to have been a lover of Aphrodite, begot his son incestuously with his daughter Mira at the harvest festival of the goddess. It should be noted that in the Syrian stories of the birth of Adonis, sometimes other kings are mentioned as the father, but usually the mother is described as their daughter. Such incestuous acts are probably latter-day description of a former royal custom, whose object was to keep the crown in the royal male line at the time the succession went to the female. They are parallel in the custom of the Egyptian pharaohs who married their own sisters, although the whole question of exogamy and the totemic prohibitions is involved which cannot be discussed here. Wait, what? The whole question. The four kings thus consist of three who were lovers of Aphrodite, each in turn, while Syndicus also corresponds to Adonis. Thus it would appear as if we had a succession of Syrian priest kings who considered themselves incarnations of the lover of the great mother Astarte, and no doubt annually went through the ceremony of being married to her. Sandicus seems to correspond with the Sandan or Melkarth, and therefore it is desirable to indicate the relationship between Melkarth and Tammuz. Melkarth was Baal, the lord of fertility, who annually mated with the great mother and in consequence died, but was reincarnated in his son. As the living divine king of the city, he was worshipped under the title of Melkarth. But when he assumed his aspect of the dying god, he was bewailed as Tammuz or Adonis. In short, he was at once the husband and the son of Astarte. There seems to be evidence, moreover, that all the sons of the human representatives of the divinity were considered as, like him, divine. There was no doubt this fact which enabled the custom of slaying them and yet not destroying the whole royal house to be maintained. It seems certain, moreover, that the annual marriage of these kings consisted of more or less temporary union with the sacred woman, or sacred prostitutes, as they are often called, who were always attached to the temples of Astarte. Palestine, these women were called Kadesha, Kadesoth, or Kadesh, a word which, strictly speaking, means sacred women. In such circumstance, the supply of divine men, the offspring of such unions, would be fairly numerous, and the women themselves seem to have been regarded as human representatives of the Great Mother. Perhaps the Kadeshim, or sacred men, whom Josiah turned out of the temple of Jehovah, were the superfluous divine men, the offspring of the sacred woman. This seems the more probable, as in some areas, such as the Caucasus, it was one of these sacred men who was annually slain. For all that, each year there must have been one man who, for the time being, particularly represented Tammuz, and in order to invest him with the doubtful privilege, certain rites were performed at the time of the death of his predecessor, which these rites were where we shall discover when we come to consider the similar processes of transferring the divine soul in other lands. But among them, no doubt, was that of sniffing at the bow which grew out of the grave, stepping over the grave or corpse, and so forth. The father of the man thus chosen to represent Tammuz might be proud to call himself the father of so and so. To return to Adonis in Cyprus, we find that he was said to have reigned there, just as he did at Byblos, and his descendants regularly used the name of Adonis. Nor was this title Adon restricted to the reigning king, but borne by all his sons. Now, just as there was a Cypriot, Sinras, and similarly named king of Byblos, so there was not only a Pygmalion in Cyprus, but at least two of that name who reigned in Tyre. The one who is mentioned by Josephus was the father of Dido, foundress of Carthage, who, according to legend, burnt herself on the funeral pyre when Aeneas refused to stay with her. Death by fire seems to have been a popular method among the Phoenicians, for Hamilcar also burnt himself to death after his defeat. Since, according to all the legends, Adonis died a violent death, we must inquire whether a like fate befall Sinras. There are three accounts, and according to two of them he did, whereas the third makes him live to be 160 years old. Perhaps in the latter story we have an indication that the name Cineras was regularly used by the Syrian monarchs, just as Augustus was among the Caesars. And in connection with therewith, it must not be forgotten that there is a Jewish tradition that Hiram of Tyre lived over 400 years, namely down to the destruction of the temple. The other two versions are no doubt nearer the truth. One is that he ventured to challenge Apollo to a trial of skill in music, was defeated, and then slain by the god for his presumption and daring to challenge him. The story is almost identical with that told of the Marsyas, who also was a lover of Astarte and was slain and flayed by Apollo, who then hung his skin on a tree. Similar gruesome rites occurred in other parts of the world, notably in Mexico, and we cannot avoid the conclusion that the legend describes the former practice of slaying a human representative of the divine lover and hanging him or his skin on a tree as part of the fertility rites. Even in the time of the empire, a figure of a man was hung on a tree as part of the ceremonies of Sybil, and this no doubt was a substitute for the real man. Keep in mind that I'm talking about precursors of Jesus' story. The other story relates that when he discovered that he had committed incest, he slew himself. This version suggests that the old king was sacrificed when his son had been born to him, and to whom the divine soul passed at birth, or at any rate could pass as soon as was necessary. We may take it, however, that these early Capriote kings who represented the dying gods sooner or later had to enact their part as deadly earnest, although in the later years the civilizing influence of Greek thought no doubt mitigated the horror of the rite by substituting a dramatic representation of the death or the use of an image instead of a real man. Thus far, we have learned that throughout Syria, Phoenicia, and Cyprus, the Semitic races worshipped Astarte and a god, who, as the lover of Astarte, was called Tammuz or Adonis, but who, when viewed from apart from her, was usually called Melkarth or Baal. We find that Semitic kings represented this god and, like him, had annually to marry the goddess, or rather some representative of her. Like their divine namesake, they were also apparently slain, although whether this occurred after a stated period when a son was born to them or when they grew old is not quite clear. We have seen that any one of the king's sons might inherit his divinity, therefore suffer the same fate as Adonis. For these reasons, it will be the interest to discover the nature of the death that they had to. It is clear that the important thing is that God-man should die. His exact method probably varied from place to place, and from one period to another. In some of the more savage districts, such as the Caucasus, the victim was stabbed in the side with a spear, and there seemed to be traces of his being fastened to a tree before he was stabbed. According to the old legend, in the Philippines, this method survived almost to the present day. Sometimes the whole of the male number was cut off and the man bled to death. In other places he was burnt. We may suspect a tendency in latter years to mitigate the cruelty of the death involved by knocking the victim on the head before throwing him into the fire. Of these various methods, fire seems to have been the most popular among the Semites, and we will therefore dispose of the first two as quickly as possible. Among the Albanians in the Caucasus, there was great sanctuary to the moon, ruled by the high priest, to which were attached a number of sacred men. Sooner or later, the divine spirit was supposed to descend into one of them, and he wandered about through the forest prophesying. Sounds like John. He was then seized and brought back to the temple, where he was kept in a semi-royal state for a year. Like a god king in Mexico, at the end of the period, he was sacrificed to the moon by having a spear thrust into his side. The worshippers drew omens from the position in which the body fell and afterwards stood on it as an act of purification. That's fucked up. In this spear, we may perhaps see the famous spear of Marduk, and its descendant, the spear of the Holy Grail legends, which continually drop blood. We have already seen that Marsyas was slain and his skin hung on a tree. A similar fate seems to have befallen Sinros, another lover of Astarte. These show that this was a method employed to kill the human representative of Tammuz. Among the Norse, men were sacrificed to Odin in Uppsala by being hung on a tree. Sometimes the victims were hung and then stabbed with a spear. Indeed, Odin himself is said to have hung himself on a tree. In a poem called Havamal, he says, I know that I hung on the windy tree for 9 whole nights, wounded with a spear dedicated to Odin. Myself to myself, quote unquote. It has been suggested that the Old English custom of hanging and then disemboweling criminals arose from the fact that criminals were formerly sacrificed to Odin in order to propitiate the god, who would be incensed by their crimes. In any case, the last line of the above verse is most significant, for it is the god man, the victim, speaking to the god. In like manner, for every human representative of Tammuz might have spoken. A modern example of the ghastly rite survived until quite recently among the Bagabos of Mindanao, one of the Philippine Islands. Each December, when Orion appeared at 7 p.m., the people sacrificed a slave as a preliminary to sowing. This custom is thus precisely similar to the ideas underlying the slaying of Tammuz, who normally die by mating with Astarte, or in other words, represents the corn which is planted in the womb of the Mother Earth. Poor wretch is led to a big tree in the forest, tied with his back to the tree and his arms fastened high above his head. As he thus hung by his arms, a spear was thrust to his side, just beneath the armpit. Then the body was severed in twain at the waistline, and the upper half left hanging that fertilizing blood might drop. Nah, that's fucked up. We cannot help suspecting that the cutting in two of the body replaced the older process, which, as indicated in the story of Addis, consisted in cutting off the male organ and leaving the man to bleed slowly to death. Doubtless, as remember, that was at the end of that fucking was that stupid movie? The second new Mad Max movie. So he gets a seed, a peach tree seed planted where his crotch is. Became forgotten, more and more spread. Blah blah. Custom of sacrificing animals by hanging and stabbing them was widespread in Asia Minor. In Hierapolis itself, the victims were hung on a tree before they were burnt. We thus see that there is abundant evidence that show that in many areas the human representatives of Adonis perished by being fastened to a tree and stabbed, or a tree. And a tree, in fact, was constantly associated with the sacrifice, no matter whether the victim is stabbed or, as at Hierapolis, burnt. Excuse me. Let us now turn to the method of cutting off the male member and then letting the victim bleed to death. The slow cruelty of this method seems quite early to have led to its mitigation. The rite developed in two directions. Either the victim lost his virile organ, but the bleeding was stopped, or else a more expeditious method of causing his death was adopted, usually that of the story of Addis shows, however, that what was the original method. Addis was the son and was also the lover of Sybil, and was conceived by his mother, although a virgin, because she put a pomegranate seed, or alternatively an almond, into her bosom. Undoubtedly, he is the same god as Adonis, and one form of the legend says that he too was slain by a boar, but the other form declares that he cut off his male member under a pine tree and bled to death. Servius, however, significantly says that the wound was not self-inflicted. It was because of this story that his priests, the Galli, similarly mutilated themselves, but without the same fatal results. That's fucked up. The rites, which were celebrated by the Romans at the shrine of Sybil at the Vatican, the figure of the god was hung on the tree on March 23rd each year. But as we shall have to, what's 23 plus 9? Is it 9 days? Wouldn't that be May 1st? Fertility rite detail later emphasize the manner of his death, which questionably represents the way in which his human representatives died. It should also be noted that Set similarly cut off male member of Osiris, which was swallowed by a fish. The Egyptian story of the two brothers. The younger brother was then falsely accused of having seduced his older brother's wife, cut off his male organ and flung it into the river Nile, where it was also swallowed by a fish. Undoubtedly, in the story of the two brothers, we have a distorted tradition of the old fertility rites, even the transmigration of the soul into the tree and its ultimate rebirth into human form being included. Most usual method, however, seems to have included burning, though often we find that the victim was killed before being placed in the funeral pyre. It is this form of death which seems peculiarly associated with Melkarth or Moloch, for not only were victims burnt in his honor, but God himself, or at least his image, was annually burnt. If therefore the God himself was burnt, we must not be surprised if we find traces of the same fate being meted out to his earthly representatives, even when they were kings, although in latter years this ceremony was mitigated by permitting the king merely to walk through the fire. Ugh. No, I meant to roll a joint like 20 minutes ago. Melkarth the Tyre was adopted by the Greeks from the name of Hercules. Although to their fables, when he felt the pain of the poison cloak eating into his flesh, he climbed on the pyre and persuaded his friend to set fire to it. His soul then ascended in a cloud while the thunder crashed overhead. Although the version given by Sophocles states that the scene of his transference took place in Mount Oeta, another account places it at Tyre, which is certainly in the sense more correct. The annual festival held in January at Tyre commemorated this event. It was called the Awakening of Hercules. We thus see that not only was there a dramatic representation of death and God, but also his resurrection. As is often the case, we must turn to Greek sources for a connected account of the life of this essentially Semitic god Hercules. Semitic god. Hercules, though fathered by Zeus, had a human mother and soon became famous for his enormous strength. Even when a tiny baby had strangled two huge snakes, an incident which no doubt points us to association with serpent worship. Don't forget Horus killing the two serpents when he was a baby, which usually connect with the gods of fertility. All the legends indicate that, coupled with superhuman strength, he possessed a peculiar and almost demoniacal temper, which at times turned into homicidal madness. He was closely associated with the lion whose skin he wore, which, together with his other peculiarities, show that he, like other forms of the deity in Syria, was originally a lion god and of a savage and bloodthirsty nature. Don't forget the lost childhood of Jesus stories. Talking about the demoniacal temper. Chief incidents in his life known to most of my readers are the 12 labors. The majority of these obviously refer to the passage of the sun through the 12 signs of the zodiac, more particularly in relation to the work and difficulties which the peasant farmer had to face during the various months of the year. Thus, his slaying of the Erymantian boar is but an allegory of the efforts needed for most farmers to destroy wild boars, which in primitive times did enormous damage to the growing crops. In similar manner, his capture of the hind Serenitis indicates another type of animal which preyed on the farmer's crops. Careful study of the labors shows that originally there were only 10, corresponding to the ancient year of 10, not 12 months. My readers are doubtless aware that the Mediterranean countries in ancient days, the year originally consisted of only 10 months, and it was the Roman king Numa who reformed the calendar and added 2 new ones, which henceforth bore the names of January and February. To this day, the last month of the year is called December, which means the 10th, and not the 12th. The change was due to the growth of a more precise knowledge of the course of the sun and astronomy. It has left its traces in the legends of Hercules. Tradition relates that the hard taskmaster of Hercules, Eurystheus, by legal quibble, refused to accept 2 of the original series, although he had only claimed 10 laborers and insisted on 2 more as substitutes for those whose accomplishment he considered technically not complete. Now these last 2 labors, which were called the 11th and 12th, are of quite a different type from the others, and appear to be part of a traditional history of what befell Hercules after his death on the pyre. They were transferred his mortal life in order to make 2 more labors corresponding with the new months, whose acceptance gradually spread westward. They were transferred to his mortal life. So he died to make the labors. These 2 labors really depict the journey of the dead hero through the underworld and on to the Isle of Blessed. The latter was a kind of earthly paradise to which the souls of the heroes went, but it must not be confounded with Mount Olympus, the high heavens, where only the gods dwelt. Hercules was ultimately admitted into Olympus because of his divine soul, but according to Lucian, his human soul remained with the other shades in the Isles of Blessed. This careful distinction between the divine and human souls of the god-men is important to us, as it explains how it was that the divine soul of the dying representative of Adonis could be transferred to a living successor. 2 episodes had not only been transferred to this world, but have been transposed, a fact which still further disguises their true meaning. Taking therefore the 12th labor first, we find Hercules was sent to carry off Cerberus from the underworld. He was not content to do this only, but tried to rescue the souls which were in bondage. The most great religions tell us some beneficent being who thus descended into the underworld to aid those who were in anguish. The Christian church specifically says it was Christ, while the Chinese Buddhist says it was the blessed Kuan Yin, in like manner rescued those who were in hell. In the case of Hercules, we seem to have a dim remembrance. Therefore, the descent of Melkarth, that is Tammuz, into the underworld and all the alleviation which he brought to sufferers therein. Another interesting detail is that Hercules is said to have taken the precaution of being first initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, from whose priests he obtained the information necessary to enable him to enter in safety the awful regions of the dead. He was then led by Hermes, the conductor of the dead, into the underworld. At the gates of Hades, Hercules released Theseus from the torment he was in, and later Asclepius, the king of the underworld, aides tried to bar his path, but Hercules wounded him so sore that he was only too glad to grant his request. So Hercules carried off Cerberus in triumph. The 11th labor, which should have followed the above, was to fetch the golden apples from the garden of Hesperides. These represent the Isles of the Blessed. During this adventure, he was nearly offered up as a human sacrifice in Egypt. Ultimately, he obtained the apples through the help of a giant Atlas, and when they were laid on the altar of Pallas Athene, significantly enough, she wafted them back to the Isles of the Hesperides in the west. The death of Hercules occurred in the same manner. Hercules married Deianira after divorcing his wife, but his wayward fancy caused him to look favorably on the third lady, Iole, or at any rate, so Deianira believed. When therefore he sent a message asking her to send him his sacrificial robes, she poured onto the garments liquid from a phial, which she believed to be her love potion. It was, however, a deadly poison, and as soon as Hercules put on the robe, the flames of the sacrificial fire caused the poison to penetrate into his flesh. Unable to bear the agony, he climbed the funeral pyre, which, at his earnest request, was fired by his friend Philoctetes. As the flames rushed upward, a great cloud descended. The lightnings flamed across the sky, and amid the roar of thunder, Pallas Athene bore the demigod to her heaven in her chariot. Here, as a token of reconciliation, his life-long enemy Hera bestowed on him the hand of her daughter Hebe, the goddess of eternal youth. In this Greek legend, we have undoubtedly the main outline of the supposed career of Melkarth, save only that the descent into the underworld corresponding into the initiation rite of being swallowed by a monster should come after the burning. Then should come the journey to the Hesperides, and only thereafter the ascent to heaven, unless indeed we prefer to regard the incidents of the underworld and the Hesperides as appertaining to the human soul and the representatives of Melkarth, while the divine soul ascended directly to heaven from the funeral pyre. From the preceding summary of the life of Hercules, we see that much therein is in striking analogy with Tammuz. And although the Greeks distinguished him from Adonis, this was, I suggest, because they failed to recognize that Melkarth and Tammuz were but different aspects of the same Semitic deity. That Melkarth and Hercules are identical, no scholars deny, and we can even trace the evolution of the Greek artistic conception of Hercules from certain sculptures of Melkarth, which have been found in Cyprus. At Gades, the modern Cadiz, in Spain, the Phoenicians annually burnt a gigantic figure of Melkarth, and there is abundant evidence to show that the custom was widespread. In like manner, at Tarsus in Cilicia, Sandan, the fertility god of the area, was annually burnt, and by the Greeks he was identified with Hercules. Now, as Sandan was the father of Cinyras in Cyprus and grandfather of the ill-fated Adonis, it is extremely important to find that he was the same as Melkarth and that his statue was regularly burnt, for thereby we complete the tale of the fatal history of these early priest-kings or god-men, lovers of the destroying goddess Astarte, who was alike the great mother of the Semitic goddess of war. Sandan was burnt in effigy, and the coins of the city show that the pyre rested on the altar with the figure of Sandan in the midst. An eagle perches on the top of the pyre and doubtless represents the soul of the god about to ascend to heaven. This latter detail is important and should be compared with the eagle, which is being released by the Babylonian deity and the seal depicting the descent of Tammuz or Shamash into the underworld. Probably it was a real eagle which was released at the psychological moment, for this was certainly the procedure at the funeral of the Roman emperor. At death, or sometimes before death, the Roman emperors were deified, and therefore, when one died, an effigy was solemnly cremated upright on a pyre. At the same moment, an eagle was let loose from the top of a pyre to symbolize the descent of the divine soul of the emperor to the abode of the gods. The chief symbol of Sandan was the axe, especially the double-headed axe, which in general appearance looks very much like a gavel. We shall find this symbol elsewhere associated with the Syrian god of fertility. Before wandering further north, let us retrace our steps towards Syria proper. We thus see that the Syrians burnt their god annually. The exact reason for their custom is still a matter of question. The most generally accepted view is that thereby they purified the god by destroying his earthly body or its substitute, so that his spirit might ascend pure and unsullied to the heavens and thence reincarnate into a new body. The burning of an effigy is merely the substitute of the burning of a man, with substitutions taking place when civilizations had advanced sufficiently to make human sacrifices abhorrent to the majority. Moreover, the custom is more reasonable if the figure represents the god-man himself. In brief, the king of the country represented the god of fertility, like Tammuz had annually to marry the goddess, who was usually represented by one of her sacred women, although perhaps at a later date here also a statue was substituted. Such times there was a considerable amount of promiscuous intercourse among the worshippers, intended as sympathetic magic which would increase the fertility of the whole country. As Tammuz was slain, his human embodiment had also to be slain, and so the life of these divine kings would tend to be a short one. In practice, however, the annual slaying of the king had obvious disadvantages, not for the man, for primitive communities have but little regard for the feelings of the individual, but for the whole community. To meet this difficulty, a tendency grew up to appoint a substitute king for each year, dress him in the royal robes, crown him with the king's crown, and treat him royally. At the end of the year, the officeless king was slain and another took his place. Operative Masons will at once perceive the similarity to their drama. Such substitute kings survived until quite recent times in Europe, although no longer subject to the fear of real death, since this part resolved itself into a play acting. Unquestionably, the Lord of Misrule, who in England presided over the Christmas revels for 12 days, is the lineal descendant of King Saturn, who was made king in mockery, killed in deadly earnest at the Saturnalia held by the Roman legionaries. Where's the mouse? Excuse me. These substitutes for the king were probably of royal or semi-royal descent, children of his concubines or of the sacred women. But though for a time they might thus save their father, there came a time when the real king himself had originally to follow the same cruel path. This was when his bodily strength and especially his capacity to beget offspring began to wane. And I shall give examples of the survival of this custom in some parts of the world today, as a later stage in this book. A familiar example to all students of the priest king at Nimi, a man who could tear a bow of mistletoe from an oak tree which he guarded at Nemi could attack the priest king with impunity, and if he succeeded in slaying him, he became priest king in his stead, till he too went forth by the same road. To this day, a similar custom exists among the devil worshippers of Kurdistan. The last chief was in open Durbar murdered by his brother, who at once assumed the throne and was acknowledged as lawful ruler of the community. Thus, there was an annual slaying of the substitute king and an occasional slaying of the real king. In the course of time, both tragedies were modified, the former by a dramatic representation, or by a substitution of a statue, as at Tarsus, the latter by allowing the king to walk through the fire instead of being burnt in it. No doubt, once this substitution had become accepted, there would be places where the king would do without any substitute and merely walk through the fire each year, as was the case at Tyre, or else enact the whole drama as occurred at Babylon. But the kings of Tyre did have to walk through the fire. We learn from Ezekiel, and also that they claimed to be gods. That's number 1. Ezekiel 27:14. Ezekiel 24:7. Hold on, I gotta look that up real quick. This is Ezekiel 24:7. Wait, 8. Ezekiel 24. Which one is it? 27:14-16. Oh, I'm way off. How do I change it? Is it 27? Okay, 2. Okay, it's taking too long. Okay. Men of Beth Togarmah exchanged chariot horses, cavalry horses, and mules for your merchandise. Is that what it is? 14 and 16 for the merchandise. Men of Rhodes trade with you in many coastlines. Where your customers, they paid with ivory tusks and ebony. Which one? Syria was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of the wares of thy making. And they occupied in the fairs with emeralds, purple, embroidered work, and fine linen, coral, and agate. Is that the right verse? And Ezekiel? I guess I don't know. We have abundant evidence also that human victims were regularly at one time sacrificed to Astarte. Even the Greeks were guilty of this appalling custom. For example, men and women were sacrificed to Artemis, being first slain by the sword and then burnt. Iphigenia had to do this horrible work, and her brother Orestes carried off the statue of the goddess to Greece, where, according to legend, he established the same terrible custom. No doubt the ashes of such victims were then scattered to the 4 cardinal points of heaven so that they might fertilize the soil. In India, the dead are burnt to honor Shiva, whose title is He that Destroys. Their ashes are then scattered over the waters of the Ganges, not in order that no remnant of so vile a wretch may remain, but as a symbolic sacrifice to the mother Ganges. In Christian burial service, the same idea survives. The priests scatter the handful of earth in the coffin with significant words: ashes to ashes, dust to dust. As the result of our investigations, we are compelled to believe that originally the victims were hung on a tree, castrated, and allowed to bleed to death in order that their blood might fertilize the soil. Then I'm not going to go over all that. Quoted from Philippines. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Okay. In India, Vishnu is said to have taken the form of a lion in order to overthrow a terrible ogre, whom he slew by disemboweling him. and in this line incarnated he is often shown making a certain peculiar sign, namely pointing with both hands to his stomach as if about to tear it open. The signs therefore shows that it was Vishnu who was originally disemboweled, and no doubt he, like Odin, sacrificed himself to himself. Vishnu indeed has many of the characteristics of Haram-Bith, and probably he originally represented the god of vegetation. Although the solar cult evolved, he came to represent the sun and its meridian. Nevertheless, he is still closely associated with the element of water and also with corn. The Chinese likewise use his sign of the earth. If you sever a hanging body at the waist, the bowels will gush out, and it will seem that Judas Iscariot must have been similarly cut in half. Otherwise, how could he be hanging himself? Because his bowels to gush forth. It would therefore appear as if one period in the evolution of the fertility rites, the representative of Tammuz was hung on a tree. Blah 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 blah. Salamis and Cyprus despised humanizing influence of Greece. Human sacrifices continued to be made up at the time of the Emperor Hadrian. They were offered in the month of Aphrodite to Diomed and shared the sanctuary with Agrillus, said to be the daughter of Cecrops, who was no doubt really represented the ubiquitous Astarte, and originally the sacrifices were offered to her. The man who was sacrificed doubtless represented Tammuz, disguised as Diomed at a later date, to whom ultimately the sacrifice was transferred. The manner of the man's death was as follows. He was led or dragged by youths, perhaps, with the halter around his neck, around the altar 3 times. He was then blanked in the throat with a spear, body blah blah. Cutting the throat of a ram for sacrifice, perhaps the victim's 3 symbolic journeys. Zazel. We also know that when offering human sacrifice, the priest Mexico cut open the breast of the victim of blah blah blah. Let's see, God, see, worship. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna just leave it here. I'm pretty tired. I did a podcast earlier. All right, well, maybe also one more joint, throw a rap down here. Excuse me. Disregard it like it's retarded. Disregard it like it's retarded. yo. I savor the flavor like a major. Come back with a taser, a laser. Talk shit like motherfucking razor mane. Y'all motherfucking taste the flame. Fire. The motherfucking sire that set the microphone on fire. Wait, I said fire. Yo, despite it, come back like a dog that bites quick. Y'all motherfuckers might stick around, talk shit, motherfucking. I'm all wrapped out. Alright, fuck this. Yo. Let's go on. Yo. You may even in the audience, very asleep. Yo. Yo. I bet it. Come back like you step it. Motherfucking pick up the microphone and wreck it. Coming through motherfucking trekking like Star Trek. Y'all motherfuckers got far facts. Talking shit like it's on par. Relax. Taxation, you find relief. You hail the motherfucking chief. You talk shit beyond belief. Rolling up the joint, mixed with some keef. Motherfucking weed though. Smoke weed. Free throw when I throw rhymes into the spot quick. Trying to motherfucking watch it. Motherfucking topic. Come back like I'm coming through the tropics. Yo, you not shit. Prepare to be in similarity. Can't compare to me. Rap like bearably. Smoke weed like I'm barely. Warily. Coming back like merrily. Yo. I appear to be. Smoke weed like. Yo, it's deterrent, deferrent. Cleaned out like the detergent. Yo. Swimming through the ocean like a sturgeon. Yo, leave you wordless. Yo, coming back, writing rhymes in cursive. Rapping like I'm the first with the motherfucking shit like cursed with. Yo, I came to bring the pain hardcore from your frame. How's that song go? Yo, I came to bring the pain hardcore from your frame. I don't know what the rest is. I threw it up. Red Man verse. Yo. It's Osiris, the virus. Come back smiling. Y'all motherfuckers talking shit while you wildin'. Yo. Pick up the microphone, then defile it. On some wild shit. Talking like a motherfucking violent bitch. Yo. You trying to snitch. You fucking get back. Motherfuckers get no slack. Throwback. Smoke weed like y'all know that. Chillin' like Bobby Womack, talking shit like yo. I proliferate at a different rate, talking shit, motherfucking it's too late, talking shit. Different state of mind, coming back like you make your mind up, like you blinded, you sign up for motherfucking consignment. talk shit like you motherfucking hiding, motherfucking talking shit like your mind is ripened. Yo, like a zebra is staying striped. Wait, yo, now I heard you're a bitch. Your last name is hyphen. No, that mean, actually that would mean you were a bitch. Your father. fucking bitches should not be giving people fucking hyphen names, you know. Don't do that. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do this beat again. Yo, rapper, lion, tyrant, coming back like motherfucking, I'm frying my motherfucking fried chicken. Motherfuckers got 5 kicking bitches talking shit like I'm motherfucking dipping to some bitches like they finger licking. Y'all motherfuckers talking shit, you just a bunch of snitches. Yo, look what the cat drugging. I'm motherfucking talking like I'm living in a dungeon, chilling like I'm from this, coming back like I plummet back to the top. Yo, smoke some weed and I pass it to a cop. And I say light it, hit it and pass it. Yo, motherfucking chilling like Jurassic Park, coming back from the ark, from the start like motherfucking Noah, chilling like motherfucking, I don't know. Yo, I'm old school, just like no bazaar. And I like the joint, cause it holds a spark. Y'all motherfuckers were told you're smart, cause you got the diploma, and it was soaked in ammonia. And you coming back, drinking Folgers, coffee, get off me, you lost me. This is a lost beat, straight from Shaolin. Talking shit, motherfucking howling at the moon while you frowning. Y'all motherfuckers drowning in sorrow. Y'all motherfuckers the farthest from tomorrow. You lost the past, and it's costing your ass. And your motherfucking get motherfucking floss and rass. Yo. Yo, I'm never impoverished, nowhere the knowledge is. Never go to college, and cause I don't need that. Motherfucking, I smoke my weed back and forth and pass it. Y'all motherfuckers' minds dipped in plastic. Talk shit, motherfucking scratching the surface. Y'all motherfuckers worthless. Know who the turf is. Coming back with the motherfucking. Yo, keep it holy like a church is. Yo, chillin' with the motherfucking merchants. Y'all motherfuckers, some surgeons, brain surgeons. Yo, you got the same curtains. The motherfucking, it makes your brain hurting. I don't know. Yo, I construct it, come back like my brain is obstructed. Talk shit like reluctance, smoke weed in abundance. Y'all motherfuckers from it, talk shit like 100. Yo, from the wild 100. Yo, like a wild 100. talk shit like you done punted. Y'all motherfuckers from nothing. Smoke weed like, yo. Typically, I talk shit till you mimic me. Motherfuckers quick to speak. Motherfuckers get to reach past it. Y'all motherfuckers get harassed quick. Yo, rap and I got some chap lips, but I'm rapping like it's average. Speaking like motherfucking I got damage. Yo, my plan is to motherfucking manage. I come back and fucking pretend like I'm an immigrant speaking Spanish. Yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. I come back like I comprehend it. Y'all motherfuckers trying to add to the Constitution like a new amendment, but I can't comprehend it. Yo, and it's spewing out like a vending machine, and I'm chilling trying to be defending the team. Yo, rap like I'm comprehending. Comprehend it. Come back like it's amended. Smoking on that weed like it's an appendage. Y'all motherfuckers know chillin' like Venice. Yo, chillin' like in Venice. Yo, yo, yo. I rap like blood clot from the motherfucking Jamaican shit. Seen the sunspot. You better motherfucking run try on the horse. Talking shit, of course. Yo, force back to the time of motherfucking rhymes. Talking shit while my mind is in the grime. Smoking weed like I'm trying to light the line. Yo, in a fight with mine. My mind smoke weed like I'm defined by the motherfucking rhyme. I don't know. I got just making shit up. Alright, I'm just better. Devil woman yeah, there's yo. It looks like I be aiming, saying, hey man, coming from the Caymans, smoking weed every day, man. Yo, I'm feeling like I'm gray, man. Was I day, man, or night, man? Yo, I can't fight, man, so I might stand. I'm chilling like I write, man. Yo, so I'm ridded like a frog. I'm saying ribbit. Smoking weed, motherfucking playing on some cribbage. Talking shit, motherfucking trying to do some dishes. Bitches rolling up, lots and lots of swishers. Motherfucking think a lot. Shit, I drink a lot. Y'all motherfuckers straight up on the brink a lot. So you motherfucking thought about it. Coming back, talking shit. Rerouting. Y'all motherfuckers from the south side coming up about pride, talking shit though. You motherfucking got your wrist glowing, talking shit, known, motherfucking showing the way, get away, motherfucking. Your brain is too slow to say, yo, I rap this way, coming back to, yo, I rap this way, coming back to pray, smoking weed like every day, talking shit I never say, motherfuckers rapping like motherfucking every way, smoking on that weed like motherfucking heaven's sake. Yo, I rap like forever waiting. Yo, talking time, talking shit to Satan. Say what the fuck's up with the revelations. Y'all motherfuckers live in hesitation. Don't know how to rap, so you stop slapping. Yo, I live in the moment, then I own it and I come back. Motherfuckers run back and come talking swift. Motherfuckers hit me, talking shit, motherfucking risky. Smoking on that weed, going round and round like a frisbee. Y'all motherfucking say fuck Disney. Yo, I'm not a hippie, but I eat peanut butter with some Skippy and some jelly. Talking shit, I'm motherfucking smelly, smelling like that weed burn. Talking shit, motherfucking violence. Yo, my rhyme is so timeless. I'm coming back like spineless, falling, talking shit, motherfucking yawning, going back to sleep like I'm motherfucking falling in the dream of time, talking shit like I'm trying to read your mind, motherfucking. I just need design. Y'all motherfuckers gotta speak, align it, come back like you compliant, talk shit like I'm reliant, motherfucking like you a client, talk shit, motherfucking. Yo, like the sirens of the sea. I got it. Let me spark my joint back. Some of my pirate songs. Elvis rhymes. Yo, I got the Elvis rhyme and I tell the time coming back like hella mine with the motherfucking shit like was this Elvis's line that he spoke that yo I'll go back to it. shitballs.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Whoa. Smoking
What
a
are you
joint.
podcasting today, though? Yeah, I'll meet my mate Mark. Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Where are you?
Michigan.
Michigan? I used to live in Fort Lauderdale. Now we're near Michigan, but Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, only for a while. I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah.
It's the girl I didn't like it either. It's the song. Because the girl I didn't like it. Please, brother.
Oh, yeah.
How's things, Clint? You all right?
Oh, pretty
Pardon?
good. Just chilling.
Yeah, I moved into my new house the other day. That's all right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. How's the search for British Israelism then?
There was a couple of details I found.
I say kill them all. Fuck them.
I did bring up the. I did find it. I did find the.
I can't. Scaffolding. Oh, man, I've got scaffolding.
Okay, so Princess Alice, Countess of Athlone, granddaughter of Queen Victoria, was the most prominent and sustained supporter of British Israelism. She attended the British Israel World Federation First Congress around 1920 and remained the chief patron to her death. Her daughter continued. But then there's another one talking about King George VI, when Prince Albert expressed clear personal belief in 1922 private letter, quote, I am sure that this British Israelite business is true. I have read a lot about it lately, and everything, no matter how large or small, points to our being the chosen race, end quote.
All our most of the politicians in this country are like back a Zionist party. It's really strange, man.
Well, I think the British Israelists thing, they're hiding themselves. It's like they believe the Aryans the true chosen race, and that what they believe is so controversial that they buried it. Makes you want a cigarette.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, what can you do to actually get that message out to people? You know, it's just.
I think simply figuring out because it seems like it's such a like hidden thing. It's like I think the Crown's done a lot of work to suppress any mouthing off about the Crown.
Oh, completely. Yeah. They do it by being so in the background, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab a cigarette real quick. I'll be right back.
Decompartmentalization, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Have you heard from Sparky at all?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Freaking
You heard from Sparky at all?
What's? Oh yeah, he's crashing at his friends, I think, or something. Hopefully he's okay. Freaking
I hope so. Certainly something in the wind a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it seems like bad luck's befalling upon a lot of people. It's really fucked up because like people with really bad luck. There's nowhere you can go to like go to some kind of line or something where they're just gonna help you or something. I mean, you might be able to get some like food or something, but it's like, or I don't even, not even. I don't know. It's just fucked up.
That's the problem with that. With a lot of situations, you know. I mean, there is help out there. It's just directions. So.
Yeah, nobody knows how to find it.
Well, or nobody knows how to jump over the hurdles they need to get what they need to do.
Yeah.
UK time?
Excuse me. Oh, it's 5:30 or something here.
It's 5:30 in the morning. It's not. It's 10:30 UK time. It's 5:30 there. No, UK time.
What time is it there?
10:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. UK
so like 5 hours behind.
UK time for beer.
Yeah. What were we just talking about?
You were making music. My friend Mark makes beats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should get something together sometime because Kane's a fucking wicked guitarist.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, can you play guitar, Clint? Can you?
Oh yeah, I've got like 3 guitars.
I can't. I can bash out a note or two on a bass guitar. That's it. I've never played the guitar. I can pluck a few things.
Oh yeah.
I can pluck guitars. I can pluck pheasant. I can pluck turkeys. That's about it. Over now.
Okay. Oh, there it is. I lost my lighter.
Go on there.
Keep on
Third
trucking.
World Assassin podcast. Trying to get you followers. It's a weird word, isn't it?
Now.
Followers to a podcast sounds cultic.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna start calling it a scrollcast.
Yeah, scrying. Well, that's what it is. It's a scrying pad. Well, my phone. John Dee's scrying pad.
Oh yeah.
23rd century.
I've got one of those stones. The shoe stone.
Okay, what does it do?
It's just a black stone that was. They say that John Dee got it from an Aztec priest or something. It's just like a mirror.
I swear they just used to make it up as they go along. That lot.
You'd like look at it when you were tripping.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like a black thing. It's no different than what's his name?
Black Mirror.
No, the guy that predicted starts with an N. I can't think of it. He looked into the water bowl. Not. I can't think of the name. I keep wanting to say Nosferatu.
Oh no, I know what you mean. Scrying in water.
Yeah, that guy. I can't
Narcissus.
Think of his name.
One of them.
I should know it. I'm too stoned. The guy that had the prophecies or whatever from Europe, you know. I can't think of his name. Nostradamus. That's it.
Oh, Nostradamus. Don't know anything about Nostradamus. I know he's. Where's he from?
They say he would look into a bowl of water and see the future and write it down in some kind of parables or something. Yeah, it's interesting. It's just going over a book with pagan myths of all sorts of sacrificial stuff and all this. Basically, like all these precursors of Jesus. That was like.
Yeah, well, that's the real good thing about Jesus is he stopped people killing people.
That's your phrase.
Animals getting killed.
That's your phrase. Look, Jesus got a phrase and it's coming out toilet. Look, there it is. Look.
What's your friend going on about?
I don't know. He's pointing at Fraser on the television.
Jesus is coming out his fucking bathroom. Look. Right?
Oh, yeah, Jesus coming out from the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Making a mistake. Oh.
How's the island life on England?
Well, it is what it is.
That's good you found this stuff.
Yeah. Next thing to do is stop drinking.
Oh yeah, I gotta quit smoking cigarettes. So if you quit drinking, I'll quit cigarettes.
All right.
Deal.
I'll do enough everything else.
Alright, this will be my last cigarette then tonight. I'll quit.
Alright, I'll let you go then, man. Alright?
Well, oh no, I'm still chilling. I'm just saying for the quitting the cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got like half a joint here. Yeah, the freaking. Oh, nice. An English dog.
Got a beautiful spot over. Yeah, he's English cross staffy, I think.
Oh, nice. My friend had one just like that kind of.
Yeah, he's beautiful. Oh yeah. Hello.
Oh yeah.
So is Todd coming on tomorrow?
Yeah, he's going on like.
Right. I'll try and get in earlier tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll probably be on like. I'll try to get him on earlier too.
Yeah.
So it's still daytime.
Yeah.
There.
Tell him we're hoping and praying for him.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm not sure what we should talk about tomorrow.
Let him do his news breakdown. I think it's good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't ever repeat on the Lego story.
I don't really understand that. Crow 777 keeps about this guy who got ripped off for Lego. I don't really understand.
It's. I mean, I can see where people are upset, but it's happens all the time. I mean.
Yeah. It's just a business gone bankrupt, isn't it?
It's just a bunch of scammers scamming in a way that's so complex. It takes like a huge detective investigation and stuff. Those detectives are all slow as shit. Fucking
get paid not to do anything.
Yeah, they never caught that guy that tried to hit me with the shovel.
No.
It's been over 20 years.
Still haven't slept.
All day long round here.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about him.
You've been here and slept. Slept all night, all day. About 3-4 days.
Oh, I gotta go, mate. All right.
I'll
speak to you soon. Peace and love, man. All right. Bye.
Peace out. Oh wait, did he get a haircut? I think he got a haircut. I'm pretty stoned. I'll put the beat back on for a second. Alright. Last cigarette. Quit cigarettes. Probably should quit cigarettes. I gotta go. I don't have any money for cigarettes. as I pick up a cigarette. Then I hit it with some explicit shit. Smoke weed and talk about religious shit. It's appended with some indigenous. Smoking weed with it's prestigious with motherfucking precision shit. Like midget kicks, talking shit. Legit, yo. Quick to spit. Yo. I'm rapping, rolling with the talent, smoking weed, motherfucker, keeping with the balance. Motherfuckers know like they keeping with the challenge. Talking shit, motherfucker, keeping half the man shit, motherfucker. I don't know. I didn't put the cigarette out. It's really person to me. Pass out. I'll pass it back to a park that's Jurassic. Motherfuckers talking shit. It's a different thing. Yo. I rap with the cadence, rap about cretaceous, motherfucking talking shit, taking lots of pages from the books of rhyme, and I'm taking lots of wages, chilling like the motherfucking mages in the motherfucking Vegas, talking shit like motherfucking, I made this roll with, I stipulate, make a rhyme, then reiterate at a different rate, talking shit with the motherfucking. I gotta scroll these. Yo, typical, minimal, you motherfuckers. Talking so damn pitiful, talking like motherfucking Babylonian ritual. Yo, spit it slow like motherfucking. I don't know. I think it's some kind of new words. Yo. The hunt for Red October is over. Now I'm sober. Motherfucking chillin' like a cobra. Motherfucking chillin' like I know. Like I told you so, I told you. Wait, I told you so, I rolled this. I don't know. Told you so, I got the joint, then I rolled it slow. Smoking weed, looking for a chocobo. Trying to smoke a bowl, yo. And I hope to go and roll another. Word up to the motherfucking. Yo, like Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. I'm chillin' like a UFO and I hover. Yo, and then I roll up a joint and smoke another. Y'all motherfuckers chillin'. Chillin' in some states that stay united. Motherfucking bright. Chillin' like motherfuckers fighting. Chillin' like rollin' dice quick. Y'all motherfuckers smoking weed and some nice shit. Yo, rap like some motherfucking shit from my vertebrae. Like I heard you say, motherfuckers, my words are plain.